Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us, in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
And I'm Levi.
And here we are, we're back.
After multiple false starts.
A lot of 5-yard penalties.
A lot of we were just like, no, let's start over.
Yeah.
Hopefully this one won't be deleted because we're right here.
I think
we're good.
I think we're here to
I
stay.
think it's all right.
We'll see.
What are we doing this week?
This week, we're following up. Well, 2 weeks ago we did Carol,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
as we said. Back then, not really a holiday movie. Takes place during the holiday season. This one, much more explicitly a holiday film.
Mm-hmm.
Jingle All the Way from 1996, starring one Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Schwarzenegger.
By the way, I went back and was listening to part of the podcast from last week, and we were
Yeah.
talking about Nightmare Before Christmas, and I had said about Danny Elfman, I was like, he probably don't believe in Jesus either. The Schweine. So I was like, why did I go that hard on that? I don't know, whatever.
Oh, well. No disrespect to Mr. Elfman.
Phil Hartman in this movie, Balthazar moment, so we'll get there.
So
Not a particularly good movie, by the way.
What's that? Jingle All the Way?
Yeah.
No, not really.
Not exactly terrible either, though.
I think Roger Ebert had a good read on it. We can
Yeah.
talk about this later. I mean, he gave it like 2.5 stars. I'd probably give it maybe 2, and I even like it.
Yeah.
Probably more than he does. But I think the thing about it is that it's perfectly middle of the road and fairly average as far as holiday films go. Has some ideas in it that are like, well, yeah, maybe that, but also it's also just kind of a lame family comedy at the same time too. And always, movies like this always have jokes that are very conventional and straightforward and family oriented, but one or two that are like, bringing that up or talking about that.
Yeah, I mean, in like. If any movie that has a scene between Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sinbad, and Martin Mull fighting over a mail bomb is like, I don't know, that's like a big question mark.
Yeah.
I recycle.
But before we get into Jingle All, I'm about to say Home Alone, movie I'd rather be watching.
Yeah.
We just gotta get into that holiday edition of the Blue Plate Special.
Hi, Audrey.
Norma, have a cup of coffee, please.
Sure.
I'll have what she's having.
Hey, who wanted a large pepperoni? Coming up!
Your order is right here.
Wow, that's
with a little bit of syrup
long
on the
shadow
side
to it.
You know, in Elf, there's all that stuff. Good enough movie.
Good.
A little bit overrated, but good. But that movie has all those scenes where he keeps putting syrup on everything to eat.
Right,
and it's just like,
puts it on like spaghetti.
Yeah. Also funny about that movie that has like, I always forget that like Bob Newhart's like the Papa Elf or whatever. And it's just like, okay.
Yeah.
And Ed Asner is Santa Claus. Hi, I'm Ed Asner.
Yeah. Should be said, I just got a text from our dear cousin, Philip Bryant, who is now currently listening to our bonus episode from last week because he says, Levi bringing back traumatic memories of being bored at Beta Club trips.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Can I go back to that real quickly?
Yeah.
So, it is interesting the way he put that about traumatically bored because there was so much time and I don't know, maybe we should have a segment every week now of like Levi's thought trips down memory lane about the Beta Club, you know. But that whenever you would be doing that, you know, you'd just be sitting around, and it was a lot of downtime because you had your competitions, but you usually only went for one. So mine was usually always the day we got there. You were always there. You got there about Friday lunchtime. Early morning or late morning.
Gotta get down on Friday.
Late morning, lunchtime.
Said, yeah.
People are tuning out as we speak. But they're like, I won't get to the Jingle Bell Rock part of the movie.
I got a story about Jingle Bell Rock here in a second.
Okay.
Talk
about something actually relevant. But anyway, and you would so I would always have my writing competition in the afternoon on those Fridays, and then you'd basically have the rest of the time doing nothing. You had like multiple sessions that you would go to, which were basically like. Trying to think of how to say that. I mean, they were just, you know, everybody getting together, assemblies, almost like rallies or something. Mm-hmm. It was very strange.
Yeah.
But anyway, and so you would just be sitting around for like 2 days. It's almost like being at war or something, where it's like you have your one level of engagement, and then then you just sit around, and it's just like people. It's like people like laying. It's like you get images in my mind now of like people laying in hotel lobbies, just like stretched out with their back. It's like that. It feels like that for like 2 days, basically, and you have like intermittent moments of activity. But basically, and then you like hang around.
Moments of violence.
Yeah, and like you're just sitting around, and so like half the time, what you do is they had a talent show that they always did. Mm-hmm. One of those, by the way, that I always think about. Mm-hmm. Part of this goes into the Dunkirkness of all this, of just sitting around waiting for your doom. Yeah. That there's a kid that there's that famous, like, it's such a classic rock radio thing of this song called Cliffs of Dover, and it's this like, you've heard it, and it's like this like real annoying guitar solo song instrumental, and this guy stood up there and played it. But the funny thing was, though, is that what they do is they have the preliminaries where you come in and audition, and so you can go in the room, in the big auditorium, and watch those. And it's usually whenever you're in between stuff going on, you just kind of come in and out, and it's just a really weird experience. But you come in there and see ones that you won't see later. It's kind of funny. And then there's some you see like 3 or 4 times because they play.
Or do like people buy like the all day passes to like stay and watch like the whole?
Well,
the whole set,
but that yeah, I wish. But yeah, and it's just a very interesting situation to just be walking around the hotel. It's just like nothing's going on.
It's a great documentary.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like, and a lot of this stuff happens at any regular old convention. Yeah. But I guess it's just so strange because it's like a bunch of like high schoolers just like with nothing to do. Mm-hmm. But like relatively well-behaved high schoolers because you're in Beta Club, but it's like you're just kind of like walking around, and it's just a really strange experience. So he's right when he says traumatically bored because you're mostly just sitting there, and those sessions went on for like 2.5 hours, each one of them. So a lot of it's people up at the podium talking, and you're all sitting there talking to everybody else, and maybe get up and walk to the bathroom for an hour, and just do whatever you want to do. Good and times. Then what was interesting too is that whenever that last session, I went to 3 of these, so I'm I'm well versed in the way all this stuff works, I guess. That when you get done with that last session in the evening, it's like every time that Friday night, it's like you're always rushing to get upstairs somehow because all the like elevators get clogged like crazy. And I remember there was one year where we were like trying to get up the stairs to get to our rooms, and we like got lost in some of the doors that lock behind themselves. We were like trying to make our way up, and it was just an interesting experience. But anyway, yes, traumatically bored.
Yeah, there you go.
Will I place little memories here
why
and
not,
there? I don't know. But anyways, Jingle Bell Rock. What are you gonna say about that?
Oh well, my elementary my elementary music teacher.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Okay. Like we used to like around Christmas time, we do sing little Christmas songs or do little Christmas things, and every year she'd like ask us like, oh, like what do y'all want to sing or do this year? And every year some kid would go, let's do Jingle Bell Rock, and she, like this switch got flipped, and she was just like, we're not doing that song. Y'all never know how to do it.
And it's too hard for y'all.
It's too hard. Yeah. It's just like never forget how the attitude of and again. something took over, and I was just like, it makes me think of what past experiences
Right.
with Jingle Bell
Yeah.
Rock did she have that
Yeah.
just ruined her to that song.
Yeah.
By the way, the song's not all that good anyways, but whatever.
I mean, jingle bell, but
Yeah.
whatever.
but with rock.
Right.
You take Jingle Bell, but you add a little rock to it. Now, Jingle Bell Papers and Scissors, not heard those, but maybe one day. Right?
Yeah.
Anyways,
So, what's our blue plate special?
so this Blue Plate Special is a little bit of a different, little bit of mustard on that hot dog, so to speak, is going to be our discussion of our top 5 favorite books we read this year. This whole podcast conversations are all about yin and yang, so like we got the high art in Jingle All the Way covered. So now we got to get into the gutter a little bit, talk about some just, literature, I guess,
Yeah.
And so here at the very end of the year, we want to do just like, some little wrap up bonus kind of stuff of just things that aren't necessarily related on the whole to the movies that we're doing, but still a little discussion about some things. Another thing is, too, we haven't really watched any new movies this week, or there's no real huge film news to speak of. So this is a chance for us to
Basically
talk about...
biding our time for that licorice pizza. So
Yeah, that we'll have a whole... big
will
discussion
Tom
about that.
Waits sing Frank's Wild Years in that movie?
Hope so.
I
but
mean...
I don't know.
He was a spent piece of used jet trash. I mean, one of the all-time lyrics,
So, I read a decent number of books this year. You didn't quite read as
No,
many. It
I
was your
didn't.
first year of teaching, so...
I read literally
remember
like
that.
6 or 7 books, so it's
So
going
you're
to
going to have
down
5
just
and then
slightly.
some honorable mentions,
Yeah.
maybe. I'm trying to look at, like, my list. I don't really see any recurring themes on mine necessarily in terms of, like, a type of thing that all goes together exactly. But, again, and maybe you can just talk about this a little bit, Levi, just like... I remember that first semester where you're starting to really work the teaching job full time. Like your time is just disappears into thin air, and you don't quite have the time for that. I remember my very first when I first taught first semester teaching was in fall of 2019, and I remember I was lucky to get through the corrections by Jonathan Franzen that whole semester just because it's just crazy all consuming time. So
Yeah. And even at the beginning of the year, this year, I didn't get a whole lot done, but very early on I did. When I was doing a lot of substitute teaching, I actually got quite a few books read.
Well, you did some long-term sub jobs, I guess, after
Yes,
that.
and so that took up more time. As far as even at the beginning of I'm looking here at some books that I finished at the very end of last year, and I feel like I got quite a few books actually read. But yeah, with these other books I read this year, there's only so many. And like you said, when I got that long-term sub job, I didn't really have any time to read it all. Because, I mean, when you have a job for when you do the original, just regular substituting jobs, it's not that you have nothing to do exactly, obviously, but like you're just sitting there watching the kids do their work. I mean, there's not a whole lot you can really do, especially if it's not your subject. I'm like, what am I going to do? I'm going to sit there and read while I watch them, So I got a lot of reading done that way. But yeah, towards the end of the year, I just really haven't gotten much done at all. I mean, it took me 3 months to read Dune. Not that isn't even a short book, or at least my version of it. But I mean, it took me longer than I would have planned. I'm kind of slow on, we're reading Moby Dick still, and I'm being slow about that. But hopefully I'll have a little more time over the break. Also, I had to read books for my classes, sort of, and that took up time.
Yeah.
But I'll be doing that in the future too. But as far as I remember other times it's taken me a long time to read a book. I remember when I did my student teaching, I was reading Lincoln in the Bardo, and that's not a long book, and it's a quick read. It took me way longer than it should have to read that, because I was so I was frankly busier then than I even am now, or at least maybe it felt that way.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I think
because you have to do Ed TPA with that.
Yeah, when you're student teaching, there's just all these balls you're juggling. The university, Ed TPA, the school itself. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, but so that was a little busier. And even I remember there was a semester of college where I think it took me a whole semester to read Autobiography of Malcolm X.
Yeah.
Which I really loved, but it just took me a while. And then I think I read Slaughterhouse 5 after that, which didn't take as long. And that's a shorter book too.
Yeah.
But so there's sometimes you read a smaller book to get out of that hole, I guess, of taking really long. I'm not doing that right now because I'm doing Moby Dick, but yeah, so I just didn't get to as much reading this year. And frankly, I'm just like, well,
life goes on.
Most people don't read anyway, so even if I'm reading a little bit, it'll be all right. So, whatever.
So we have our top 5s. I've got some honorable mentions as well, and you can kind of mention some things as well if you'd like to. Levi, your number 5.
Do we want to do honorable mentions first, or do we want to start at 5?
Let's do honorable mentions first, actually.
I'll mention just 2 really quickly, and then I'll let you do yours. So one we've talked about on here before, Love in the Time of Cholera. I started this last year and ended it this year. It was like I started it. We have reading logs we have here that we look through. I had December 8th, 2020 to January 5th, 2021.
Mom's birthday.
Yep, I guess it. Yeah. I didn't think about that. So that technically wasn't this year, but I just wanted to mention that. That's just one of my, and we talked about that on our favorite books podcast that we did earlier this year.
Yeah.
That I just wanted to mention just because it's amazing. Everybody should read it. But
I've only ever heard great things.
And then Cat Power, A Good Woman by Elizabeth Goodman. That's a biography. About Sean Marshall of Cat Power, the musician. It really pretty good, really relatively short read. But other than that, all the other books that I read this year I'll be talking about. So
I've got a few to jump through here. I'm not going to spend too much time on them. Cuyahoga by Pete Beatty. This is actually his very first novel. Really great debut, I think. It's kind of loosely about, it's almost a pastiche or an homage to kind of American folk tales. Big Sun is the name of kind of the main character of this book. And it's set mostly in like the 1830s. And a lot of it's actually kind of about the history of basically northern Ohio, like Cleveland, Cincinnati to an extent. And so it's rooted in that real history, which I know Beatty himself's in Ohio, and so he's pulling on that. But a very brief read, a quick read, a very enlightening read, and something I'd recommend if you're interested in American history and kind of that period. Speaking of American history, and you're going to see a few of these kinds of books pop up on my list. The Underground Railroad by Colson Whitehead, which I know is going to make your list, and maybe we'll just save some more discussion on that. I also read, this is the first time I've ever read Whitehead was the Underground Railroad. Also read The Nickel Boys from him and loved nearly as much. I think The Underground Railroad is a bigger, heavier book in terms of what it's about, a little more so than Nickel Boys, but The Nickel Boys is also a brilliant book I would recommend. Team of Rivals, The Political Genius of Abraham Lincoln by Doris Kearns Goodwin, which is just one of those books that I think a lot of people buy and have sitting on their shelf and stare at and are like, I'll read that someday. That was that way for me for a while. Finally dug into it. I mean, there's a reason it's so acclaimed and so well known, and it served in part as one of the bases of Lincoln, Steven Spielberg film. Brilliant book, and really gave me a lot of info about what the Republican Party in the 1850s and 60s was that, we all remember Lincoln and maybe Seward to an extent, but Salmon Chase also, kind of the role that he played in a lot of that in the midst of the Civil War. If you're interested in Lincoln and or the Civil War, of course, it's one of those essential books. Been Down So Long It Looks Like Up to Me, the only novel from Richard Farina, who is probably most notable for being the dedication in Gravity's Rainbow, is ultimately what he'll be known as. He died all too young due to a motorcycle accident or a car crash or something he was involved in. That book's kind of a satire in many ways of really the whole culture in the 50s and 60s, campus culture, and a lot of the kind of just stuff going on around that time period. Really good book. It's got an introduction by Thomas Pynchon on it in the beginning as well, which was nearly as valuable. Been Down So Long It Looks Like Up to Me. This book's actually kind of out of print right now. I had to spend a little bit more money to get a paperback that came out a few years ago. The Tunnel by William H. Gass. I just wanted to at least mention this book.
Yeah.
This was...
Yeah, I was going to say this. It's
one of those things
honorably
that you-
mentioned.
I mean, it's one of those books that just has a reputation for being incredibly hard to get through and read, and that was one of the reasons I was just interested to see what is this exactly and read it. Ultimately, I'm glad that I did. It's essentially kind of this book written about an author or a historian, really, a professor, who is finishing this book kind of on Nazism and Nazi Germany, and him kind of trying to struggle to sit down and write an introduction to the book.
Yeah.
And it ends up being a lot about his whole life and the misery that he has at various stages of his life. Very interesting book, but a very, very challenging book. This isn't a book exactly, but it's some theater. Long Day's Journey into Night by Eugene O'Neill. I read The Iceman Cometh at the very, very, very last few days of 2020 and into 2021. Read Long Day's Journey into Night. Those are the only two Eugene O'Neill things I've read, but I really deeply love. It's one of those things, like, I've actually started more casually read theater because I've just come to the conclusion, because for a long time I was like, I'll see that. And I'm like, well,
I'm not seeing it.
I guess I'm not going to, so I'm going to have to read it. And it works as literature in and of itself. And I mean, those two plays were actually published as literature prior to them even being really performed.
Because that would have been after he died, I guess, that they were published.
Yeah,
so.
I believe so.
Yeah.
So,
because I think one of the really main, the little bit I know about Eugene O'Neill, you know more about him than me, I think one of the main actual successes he had in his lifetime was All Wilderness, I believe.
Yeah.
But other than that,
yeah,
I think most of his more known plays were published after his death. So,
or in the very later stages of his life.
Yeah.
Some of them, were published after his death, and he even said, "I don't want this ever performed," and then they have been since.
Yeah.
Or whatever. But I'd love to see this perform. It's very gripping, dark, serious look at addiction, kind of in this family. One I'd recommend. I know there's been some film versions of it done. I'd love to see those as well. Lastly, and I mentioned this loosely last week, but American Lion, Andrew Jackson in the White House by John Meacham, a really fascinating study of President Jackson, his whole life, and kind of why, in many ways, he was the culmination of what American democracy was, some ways, trying to achieve by that point, and also some of the downsides of that, obviously. Fascinating book about a fascinating man. So another one of those books you see on a lot of shelves, I'll read that someday, and I'm trying to make more of a habit of getting and actually reading those books myself, those history books like that. So the next big ones are really those Taylor Branch King trilogy of books. I've got the first of those. But, that's a really good book about a not-so-good man, but whatever. So
okay, so my number 5 is going to be Thinner by Stephen King under the Richard Bachman name, I guess. This was the first book I actually read this year, and it only took me 6 days. It was a really quick read. I had actually taken kind of a about 3 or 4 3-year hiatus from King, I believe.
Yeah.
Just doing other things. I think the last book of his I had read for some years was The Dead Zone, which I quite liked. I had read that just after reading The Stand, which I loved. And the first of his books I read was back October a year ago. I read Pet Sematary, which I think is a fascinating book that I could actually talk about for a really long time. That I like it. I don't love it, but I think it's actually a really very interesting book. It feels like the first of his books, of the older books I read, that's like, this is a Stephen King book, and kind of has a lot of the more self-awareness, I guess, of what it is.
Yeah.
A very mean, nihilistic book, too. And I knew that going in. I know that's a book that it gets under a lot of people's skin, and I think it rightfully does so, but is also a very kind of, has some problems about itself. But with Thinner, I came back after a long time, read that, and it wasn't that I had lost faith in Stephen King or anything. Right. I was just kind of whatever.
But you had read a lot of books, and then not read some in a while, and so it was a reminder.
So Thinner actually really kind of blew me away with no pun intended with it being about obesity, but that, which is something that King really likes to write about at random amount, which is kind of strange, but but that, of course, when you hear what it's about, you're like, okay, that sounds kind of stupid, where it's about this really overweight lawyer that basically he accidentally kills this gypsy lady and her like I can't remember if it's her uncle or her father or grandfather or something. No, it's the husband, I think, because it was an older woman. Puts us like this curse on him where he starts to lose weight rapidly, and it sounds goofy, but when you actually, I mean, it's a pretty actually gripping book. And a lot of people, that was the last book of his that was written as a Richard Bachman novel before people knew who he was, because that was the book that kind of outed him. And of course, part of that whole reason he wrote as Richard Bachman is the dumbest thing ever, that like he wanted to write so many books that they were like, we're not going to publish these because there won't be any sense of like awaiting your next book, and people will be too overwhelmed, which is kind of stupid, but whatever. I
can kind of actually understand that a little bit, but from a business perspective.
Anyway, so they were publishing under those, and they do have a definitive, different kind of voice to them. I mean, they're clearly King when you go back and read them, but they have a certain further nastiness to them that I think is very interesting. One thing that should be said that a lot of people have, and by the way, if you're interested in any of this stuff, you should go to the King cast, because I don't listen to them anymore, but I did for a long time, and no reason. I just don't listen to many podcasts, which is funny that we do one, but but over there, Scott Wampler and Eric Vespi do a really good job about going through a lot of his books, and the way that they described him was like Stephen King with an eye patch. It's like a little bit more of in a leather jacket, a little bit more of like a nastier, dirtier, more torrid, lurid version of his own self. But that with that also comes some kind of vaguely more racist or kind of or just things that are a lot like those are kind of some weird like there was one famous thing people talk about, I think it's from The Running Man, related to Schwarzenegger, of course, where they literally, I'm not making this up, it's so awful, I can't even believe it almost. They said that he described someone as their face was Chinese with disappointment. Yeah. Just like, what the hell? But anyway, stuff like that that's just like, using these turns of phrase, I guess he thinks he can do it over there or something and get away with it. I don't know, A lot of those books are actually written more when he was in college, supposedly, in his kind of angrier young man phase. But anyways, Thinner, I think, really works more than... I've only read one other Bachman book, and it's actually Blaze, which he wrote around the time of Carrie and Salem's Lot, but actually wasn't published until about 15 years ago. But that book is a little bit more literary, and I really like that. But anyway, so what I like about this book, though, is it has a certain pace and sensibility that I find I found very entertaining, and pretty terrifying in its own way. What I liked about it, there was one whole section where like there was a character in the book that was played by Joe Matanga in the movie. The movie's pretty bad. Yeah. I watched it this year too. But one thing about the movie, it has a moment that I really love where the guy's like, "I'm being erased," which I have filmed on my phone somewhere. Yeah. But anyway, there's a whole section where there's like this like whole mob connection in the book where like a friend, kind of a sort of friend of the lawyer, he helped out this mob guy years ago, and he like is going after the gypsies for him or whatever, and it's like he's basically just doing it because he's insane pretty much, and like that's all very interesting kind of part of the book. But yeah, I mean it's a pretty good book. I'd recommend it for anyone who's interested, but it kind of got, and I haven't read any other Stephen King books since then, but it kind of got me back in the swing of that, I guess, as far as wanting to go back and read other of his stuff too. There was one other thing about that book I wanted to talk about. One of my favorite thing, probably my favorite thing I've read in any book this year, and I've told you about it. At the end of the book, after everything that's happened and the sort of pseudo conclusion happens, the main character's like going to McDonald's, and he's gonna buy a bunch of food because he's finally free of the curse now. He can like get kind of built back up on his weight or whatever. Yeah. He goes up to the he's basically like in an insane state, like he's like lost it. And there's a point earlier in the book where, I don't remember exactly what it said, but the mob guy told him, he's like, something, that's what it's all about, or whatever. And that he had been kind of thinking the whole book about like, what does that mean? Like, that's what it's all about. And so, like, and it's not even, I'm not even joking about, like, hokey pokey. That's what it's like, talking about murdering people or something. That's what it's all about, or something. And anyway, he goes after this character. By the way, the mob character had been killed by this point in the book. And he drives up to the McDonald's thing, and I love it. It's like, welcome to McDonald's, and it's like literally writing all the stuff in the 80s, you know, but they're writing all the stuff you'd hear. And like, he gives all the list of what it is, and he's like saying that's what it's all about to different things. And the person says, all right, just pull around to pick up your order. And that he literally says to them over the intercom, he's like, that's what it's all about, just driving around to pick up your order. And I remember reading that, and I literally sat there and laughed for 3 minutes. I was like, that's because I imagine the person saying it in the book, they're like, that's what it's all about, just driving around to pick up your order. And they said that and they would have been like,
I really hope that's how the audiobook sounds. Like whoever read it, you know, just like,
by the way, another story that's kind of pseudo related to this. I went to McDonald's last night, got a Big Mac. Mm-hmm. So I drive up to the window to give my money. Yeah. And I hold out a 20. Yeah. To the girl that's there. Yeah. She says, "Hey." A couple seconds pass, and she like starts laughing. Yeah. At me, presumably. Yeah. And I was kind of just like, then she kind of stopped. I guess she called herself, and I've been wondering ever since then what was so funny about me, or was it something else that was funny? Right. So anyway, it was like an opposite of the driving around to pick up your order, you know. So the question still relevant. Wow. Anyway, thinner. So
when that come out in the 80s?
Yes, it was in the mid 80s. I think 85, 86, something like that.
Yeah, this is a bigger question, I guess, but where would you rank that in kind of the King pantheon of just like pretty good little
I
book
think
that maybe it's not going to be super memorable other than picking up your order? That's what it's all about.
Right. Like, it's not.
Well, that's the thing that you know this better than me. Like even in his like quote weaker or more whatever books, like there's always just some little something like that.
Well, even like
you know?
I mean, and like even in a book like that, he really reflects on the idea of not just the idea of gypsies, but just people in general like that, who are these kind of people in the town that you see them as useful until you lose your usefulness on them, and you're like, okay, you need to get out. And it's kind of him talking about not only minorities, but just other people that we kind of see as like these strange things of amusement, but then we also are disgusted by as a society. And like it kind of the question of, you know, obviously first of all, like that's awful is what he's saying, and also like basically asking you to kind of reflect on certain things like that. It's an interesting way it has an undercurrent to the whole book about like kind of class and sort of about that. I think that's very interesting. That is even in a book like that is so basic that he's even going that far with, I think. But as far as his other books, I mean, it's nothing particularly special. But I just found it to be a really effective, propulsive, in-your-face, really troubling, in a good way, book. But, yeah.
Good deal. My number 5 is a book you have read, The Deer Park by Norman Mailer. I also read Barbary Shore, and I thought a lot of that, actually, also. Like that a lot. This was, I think, Deer Park was his third novel, I believe, after Naked and the Dead, and then Barbary Shore. And
that's the only Norman Mailer book I've actually read. I really want to read more of his books. But
he's again friend of the pod, belated friend of the pod in many ways, but we love us some Norman Mailer in all his contexts. Even as filmmaker, which is something else we've talked about before in the past.
Not in his sometimes racist and sexist attitudes.
No. But he was I'm really
not
trying
he's a
to make
complicated
excuses
man,
for him. But he's someone who was aware of that, and in a roundabout way, I feel like tried to reckon with that in of himself, even though he didn't necessarily quote change from that. If that makes any sense. Like he was aware of that. Yeah. Anyways, he liked being pugnacious and difficult in his own way too. The Deer Park though, wasn't the whole story behind him and Rip Torn having met each other, which would later be in oh God, what's that movie they were in?
Maidstone.
Maidstone. That Rip Torn had did a stage version
Of the Deer Park,
the
yeah.
Deer Park. The Deer Park set in but I don't know if it explicitly called it Palm Springs, but basically an approximation of Palm
it's what it
Springs,
is,
an
yeah.
analog in California about, you guessed it, a writer. And speaking of King, as follow up Mailer, a lot of his books are about, quote, writers who just walk through and experience the world, and again, they're veiled versions of himself, you can tell. Naked and the Dead didn't have as much of that, but Barbary Shore certainly did. And it's kind of about, like, this whole little congregation of people who have been either rising up or on the outskirts of Hollywood in the 50s. I thought a lot about, because I read it around the time I read Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, which we'll touch on in a little bit. They're both kind of these Hollywood novels. And, it's one of those things, I think back about the plot of The Deer Park, and there's nothing especially great or memorable about it. It's fairly straightforward. But Mailer as a writer he's just so on the top of his game, like especially at that point in his career, and he was still young. I think he had something to prove, and is in the process of that book becoming a great writer. Now, I already thought he wrote a great book, and a better book even, in The Naked and the Dead, but The Deer Park is still in of itself just a really, really well-written look, again, at these has-beens and maybe will-be's of Hollywood at that time. And again, he'd already had some experiences, I think, trying to adapt The Naked and the Dead into a movie. And that process, I think, actually informed a little bit of the things he wrote about in The Deer Park. What are some of your thoughts on The Deer Park? I know you had read it some time back.
I quite liked it. I mean, it's been, that was the book I read.
Was that last year you read that? Or
no,
before that
it was
even?
2018, because that's when Hurricane Florence happened, and I remember I was at home for like a month, and so I read that book during that time. Because, let's see, I read that after I had read The Sun Also Rises. But I think it's a good book. I mean, I read it, and I knew in the moment it was a little. I knew basically that I was like, there's a better writer in here,
right,
than what the material is. But it seems I haven't read it, but you have. It seems kind of like a pseudo continuation of Day of the Locust in some ways, as far as like.
What's the guy's name?
Nathaniel West.
Yeah, Nathaniel West. Yeah,
but it's like
book.
Like you said, those has-beens of Hollywood. And I remember really liking the end of the book where it's like the main character kind of thinking of this almost like theoretical day in the life of that writer, that blacklisted writer, and his wife or whatever. And I thought that was kind of interesting. That's the way I read that, right? That it wasn't even definitively happened, but it was kind of theoretical. And it's a good book.
As you said, I've read some of his other books already, and I think Naked and the Dead's a better book than this, but it's also this big, about really big, heavy things. This is a little more concentrated, and still is, I think, a really good place. I think it'd be a good place to start for some people if they're not super familiar with Mailer.
Yeah.
But that's my number 5.
My number 4 is Dune, of course, by Frank Herbert. We've talked a lot about Dune on here off and on, so I won't belabor it. Just to say that it's interesting, because I've kind of gone back and forth on this in my mind about, and a lot of people debate this about the book, is the book well written?
Yeah.
My answer to that is complicated one. Not particularly, but yes.
Okay.
Because there's actually a whole video about this on YouTube that's really interesting, and I'll try to find what the name of it is. I'll watch this about 10 minutes of a guy defending the book and saying it actually is really well written. That he's saying basically that it's, and this is true, it's a very straightforward, easy to understand. Yeah, it's called Dune's Writing is Incredible, Here's Why by Man Carrying Thing.
Yeah.
But that it's essentially getting forward and putting forth a lot of very complex information about different ideas and characters to where you can definitively understand it, which sounds kind of like it's dumbed down.
Yeah.
But I think it really helps with a book that is about so many things and so many different people, to where that works. But I feel like the book gets better as it goes along too. It kind of adjusts to its set. You kind of adjust to it, and it gets more out into the world of it. Yeah. Because a lot of the early parts of the book, the first kind of quarter almost, maybe a little less, it's not one of those scenes is out of doors. It's all indoors. And it's kind of like for something that feels like supposed to be a science fiction epic, it's like, why do we keep being inside all the time, you know? Yeah. And finally that ends after a while, and there's a lot more of the book that's in the desert and even just other places. But I just think it's a really, fascinating read that I recommend to everybody. I'm trying to get my middle schoolers to read it, and I've been passing around different copies, and kids keep giving up, and I give it to another one. There's a couple that are like getting into those 1 to 200 page realms where they're like, okay, but they've kind of hit that slog, and that's kind of what happened to me. I mean, it took me, I've told them, I said, it took me 3 months, I said, but now granted, this is my first year of teaching, so that's why it took me so long. But, I think but I know some people say this, a lot of people say this, and I agree. It is well enough written, but I think it is still more interesting in its characters and what it's about than it is actually to read itself. But it is still, and I'm going to read through the other books, at least the 6 that, the 5 sequels that Herbert wrote. Yeah, I mean,
as much as you like the book a lot, you really love the movie.
Well, then that's part of it too. Is that I think the movie is a good little bit superior to the book, in just being more human. Because that's one problem with the book is that it all comes off as a lot of this like sire this and I will do this, and it's all about.
I wonder to what extent that was incredibly intentional in terms of like this is the future of humanity, and this is how people humanity is being regarded.
And there are moments that show humanity, I think, obviously, but that's kind of a difficult problem with the book. I think sometimes is it just doesn't feel like, because I'm just not really particularly interested in a character that knows everything and is like a robot. That's basically just like. What Bran Stark became on Game of Thrones. I'm just not really interested in that at all as a concept. A lot of people think that's cool, and you're just kind of a fool if you do. So, but the movie I felt like really pushed that a little bit more. But I think what's important about that book too, especially for science fiction, and science fiction usually is a relatively liberal, progressive, genre. But particularly that book pushed forth a lot of new wave feminism at the time, and also really anti-imperialist sentiment that I think a lot of people say I think it's more relevant than ever, but more even so I think with the imperialist sentiment it particularly is. But anyway,
Dune. So Dune as a whole phenomenon has been widely talked about in the culture this year in a big way, I think, because of the movie. So Dune. All right, that's your number 4. My number 4 is a book that came out just this year. 2 of my books actually came out this year. The History of Bones by John Lurie, which is a memoir of John Lurie's life. He's someone that I've quite admired for some time, especially through the cinema of Jim Jarmusch, which I think he would probably be a little bit miffed about if you were to tell him that. Because one of the reasons I was fascinated in reading the book early on was just I wanted to know more about why Jarmusch and Lurie had a falling out over the years, because, should be said first, John Lurie is kind of the front man, was kind of the lead guy of the Lounge Lizards, which is kind of almost like an alternative jazz group. I know he once referred to him, he talks about in the book, as fake jazz in jest to a reporter, and that's how widely they've since been described, as fake jazz, the Lounge Lizards. He's also, almost on a whim, acted in a great many things too. Most notably Jim Jarmusch's early work, like, say, Stranger Than Paradise or Down by Law, and done music for a lot of Jim Jarmusch's early movies. And I just find them both together to be just this great creative force that if you can't have one without the other in terms of the cinema that they produced, and I just really deeply love their collaborations. And I was really sad some years ago to find out that they weren't on speaking terms. They didn't really quite like each other anymore, and that still on occasion, not routinely, John Lurie on Twitter takes pot shots at Jim Jarmusch. And I was always wondering why that is. And the book goes into that a little bit, but also his great, large craziness of his life.
Yeah.
And also talks a lot about his relationship with the artist Jean-Michel Basquiat, which in and of itself is pretty fascinating. And I'm not someone who reads a lot of, quote, memoirs, but his is one that's really good, and one that only adds to his whole utility belt of talents, whether it be acting, whether it be painting, which he's a really good painter. And I know I really quite loved Painting with John, the show that was on TV last year, and then before that, Fishing with John. And he tells just a lot of great stories about his life, some of which are really funny, some of which are really sad. And especially as someone who loves a lot of this kind of alternative 80s cinema, he was always in the background of so much of it, whether it be Jim Jarmusch. But he also tells a lot of stories about Wim Wenders and having the little bit he had in Paris, Texas. And even, Last Temptation of Christ, he talks about Martin Scorsese a little bit. So it's just got a lot of great little anecdotes. And I really also fell in love with the Lounge Lizards this year, even before all this. And that was one of the reasons I got the book, because I just really love those albums. And so he's someone that is kind of a pugnacious himself, kind of fascinating figure, one that makes no qualms about sometimes being disliked or being the, quote, difficult guy in the room. But again, if you really look at his body of work, I mean, it speaks for itself as being truly one of a lot of different modes and mediums and genres and shapes and sizes. And his book goes over so much of that. And again, a lot about his past drug use, and he now has Lyme disease, I believe it is, and he's been struggling with that. So really, above all else, I was just grateful that he was able to write this and get out a lot of things that he had been, I think, holding back inside for a long, long time about his own life and the collaborators he worked with.
Yeah.
So, again, that's History of Bones by John Lurie.
So my number 3 is the Underground Railroad, which we've talked a lot about.
We talked about the show, yeah.
Yeah, and we've talked about the book some. I think I'll just kind of keep it brief. I just think it's a genius work of historical fiction to kind of take this magical realist approach to slavery and what that represents to the nation, and in many ways still does, and kind of how we view certain regionalism in the South, and how different parts have different kind of realities even in its own way. But what I think was so interesting about the show also was that it played a little bit more into the Ridgway character, which in the book is a
Played
little less
brilliantly by Joel Edgerton.
Which in the book is a little less interesting, but of course it's important to note that he's not, the main character of the story. But I think just that it's what I take away from the whole book is this whole, belief the whole time that Mabel escaped, and that Cora would be unable to maybe do that, or that she's, maybe I could do that, and kind of finding the history of her own mother and why she left her behind. But that the eventual, and this is a spoiler about it, so if you're not aware of this, then I guess skip ahead and don't listen, but that Mabel actually died pretty immediately on her way out. I think she's bitten by a rattlesnake and drowned in a swamp, and that she was actually going to return and go back.
Of course, her daughter didn't really know that.
And that nobody will ever know that. Everybody thought she escaped. And a lot of the book, and also conversely, a lot of Ridgway's kind of has staked his life on the fact that he let her get away, and that's something he can't live with, and that he will make sure that Cora does not happen to. And all of it eventually leads to the realization that Cora is her own hero and has done more than anyone else ever was able to, and so it kind of positions her the whole time as this kind of, in her mind, this kind of let down or this failure, but in the end, even she, I don't think, realizes by the end of how much of success she actually was over the book. And so I think that's a really interesting, protagonist journey through a book like that, and being about what that book's about. And just a very relatively quick read, easy read for what it's about. I think it, and even being kind of, fantastical in certain ways, I still think very real in what it is.
Having read again, two of Whitehead's books, this and the Nickel Boys, and I've actually got his newest book he wrote, Harlem Shuffle, sitting over here. I can see it from here. I want to read it soon. It's more of a genre book, I think, a little bit more of a crime book. But he has a deep fascination with kind of black life forgotten, because Nickel Boys in many ways is about this kind of reform school that was not only just black kids, but white kids went there too, and about these black lives who maybe had these. Nickel Boys is obviously like 100 years after, say like the institution of slavery, but you're still seeing the after effects of it. But of this big grand ideas of this kid being all wrapped up in like the speeches of Martin Luther King Jr. in the 60s and thinking, oh, that's what black success looks like. And then his whole life takes kind of a side swipe due to nothing of his own. And a friendship that he makes with another kid at the reform school. And the book kind of jumps ahead in time at the beginning and at the end, and kind of the implications of that relationship, which are pretty powerful. And the Underground Railroad similarly is about this whole idea of these black ghosts, of these things in the black community or in the black culture of, what happened to so-and-so. And you only ever hoping the best for that person, but in many ways expecting the worst, and sometimes the truth is in the middle. And so, again, I really love the Nickel Boys. I think I'd like Underground Railroad just a touch more, but they're both brilliant books, and ones that I'd recommend anyone who hasn't read them. Number 3 for me, we are on 3, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 3. Sometimes a Great Notion by King Casey. So this was his second novel after One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which is also a pretty great book. Have you read the book? One Flew? Okay.
Well, parts of it, not all of it.
Okay. And so we had seen the movie Sometimes a Great Notion, and you had really introduced that to me. I absolutely loved it. I mean, the movie, I think, is probably one of the most underrated movies of the 70s.
Yeah.
And it was, I think it has a slight reputation of being really good to great, but is just not as widely talked about as some other ones. I think the most memorable scene is likely the scene of the log rolling on. Oh, God, the cousin character's name, I can't remember.
Yeah.
And Paul Newman kind of trying to stay there and keep him alive. That scene actually kind of is subtly iconic, I know.
Yeah.
But brilliant movie. Again, Paul Newman was in it. Scarrett, what's his name? Not Tom Scarrett.
No.
I always get
Michael
this name.
Sarrazin.
Michael Sarrazin is his name. Kind of plays. So let's just briefly explain what this book's about. That's the movie's a version of this too. So it's basically about this mining town, or not logging town. Excuse me, in kind of rural Oregon, that is trying to kind of unionize to try to like come together. And there's this one family who's holding out and is not wanting to join that join everybody else in their community, and then being basically ostracized from the community, but feeling as though that they work harder, that they're the best, and that everyone else is trying to get at them.
Their name's literally the Stampers.
The Stampers,
like they're literally almost stamping out their hoe. It's just a hilarious name.
Yeah, the Stampers.
Yeah.
And principally the main.
They're like, stand back and don't move an inch. Like they're like, never give an inch, as they're saying or whatever. But,
principally, the story is about kind of. I can't offhand. I feel bad. Remember the characters' names, but I'm just going to use them to just use the movie's actors to describe who they are. The Paul Newman character in the movie is kind of the heir apparent.
I think his name is Hank, isn't it?
Hank, that's what it is, Hank. Hank is kind of the heir apparent to the Stamper clan. His father, Henry, played by Henry Fonda, is older, and he's kind of basically functionally retired, but still gets out there and still cuts trees down because he's a psychopathic maniac. And his half brother, the Hank's half brother,
Michael
Sarrazin's character, returns back, and he's kind of a more intellectually minded guy.
Basically,
than
sort of a
Hank
hippie,
is.
at least in the movie.
Yeah,
anyway.
the book was written in the early '60s, so it'd be a little bit closer to the beatnik culture of that time. But it's basically
one of those "I'll wipe my eye" with the Wall Street Journal kind of people. Yeah.
Yeah. So and their relationship is truly one of the great achievements I've ever read in literature in terms of the complexity of it. The movie gets at that and is a pretty good approximation of it, but the book obviously can go farther in depth, and this very complicated sense of love and hatred that they both hold for one another over the course of the book is, again, like I said, I think one of the true achievements in literature. The book also, it was kind of famous for, it's been described as Faulkner-esque, jumps between perspectives, sometimes within words and paragraphs and sentences, and that can be a bit of adjustment at times to kind of wait, who's talking here, who's thinking.
That was kind of how Dune was too, by the way. It was switched between thought, who was thinking something or in the same scene. So that's another thing about that book I forgot to mention. But anyway, so I just want to see.
Yeah, so the book came out in 1964, and again, Casey thought this was his best book. He said for years and years he thought this was his magnum opus, and he thought that, obviously, the book of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest was a huge commercial and critical hit and success, and he was proud of that book, but he thought this one was even better, and I would agree with that understanding, because I quite like Cuckoo's Nest, but he loved this book. And again, if you don't have time to read the book or don't get a chance, at least see the movie. The movie in of itself is
long,
great.
I think,
it is on the longer side. And again, the town is called Wakanda, Wakonda, in Oregon.
Okay.
Yes, so because I was just looking here. Henry, again, he's the oldest, the Henry Fonda character. Hank is really kind of sort of the main character, and then Leland is the half brother.
They call him Lee, I think, most of the time.
And there's a lot of stuff of whether or not Hank had a relationship as a teenager with Leland's mother, and there's a lot of angst about that. But again, the movie's brilliant, and the novel is somehow even better, and I think a lot of the movie too, but the novel is just truly, I mean, I really wanted to put it higher actually on my list even than 3, but there are 2 other things that I had to put above that just so again, sometimes a great notion, oftentimes a great book.
So my number 2 is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, the novelization that Tarantino wrote of the movie. I think we talked about this a little bit in the past, but part of me kind of chafed at the book that it's purposefully being different just to be different. I mean,
the whole thing is a big mental exercise on Tarantino's part to try to be about novelization culture in some ways, and he's got all these specific stories he's went about and told about on Marin or elsewhere about this novelization of this or that, and
how great the novelization of Orca is.
Yeah.
Who cares? Yeah, I mean, and so it's a lot of navel-gazing and egotistical crap, and he puts his own name in there about, she was so great, she won an Oscar for being in my movie, or was nominated for an Oscar for being in my movie, okay?
Yeah.
All right. But that ultimately what I think is so worthwhile about the book is being able to spend so much more time with these characters that I thought it was so interesting that I came out of the movie feeling like, I love, Cliff Booth and hate Rick Dalton, but actually came out of the book more in the opposite of being like, wait a minute.
I don't know if let me just say, me personally, I don't know if I would ever say that I'd hate Rick Dalton. I feel like the whole way the movie is structured is positioned to, quote, Brad Pitt wins this movie because of how great Brad Pitt is. And it's not like that I don't know, for me, I didn't necessarily hate Rick Dalton. But
maybe that's not the word I should have used.
He seems secondary, and the book kind of takes a different approach.
Yeah, or just being a little more what a sycophant
Yeah.
Rick Dalton is, which they're both not good people.
No.
But and that was proven in the movie too. So
Yeah.
I'm not, But you just get more of a look into, first of all, the insanity of Cliff's life and this sort of violent, evil.
Which there
man.
are flashes of, obviously, in the movie, but the book goes even further with that.
And on the opposite coin about Rick Dalton, just actually what a pretty sad, insecure life he's led. And, it's kind of just spending that much time with those characters, you kind of come out of it just in a different way than what I had expected. And I think that's what the book is most worth out of anything in its own way. But it was a really quick, fun,
It's just one of those things like that movie. I just want to spend so much time in the world of that movie that the closest we'll get to that maybe is just read the book. It's like you get to spend more time with these characters,
right?
Themselves, So there's obviously a lot of alternate history in there and a lot of what ifs or coulda shouldas in many ways about real Hollywood and the characters' relations to that. That didn't make my list at all, but in part because I knew you were going to say something about it. But I want to read an excerpt, though, that really spoke to me. This is towards the very end of the book. Really one of the last 2 pages, really. And also there was a scene that they've since said that they really wanted to have this. There was a phone conversation between the girl, what was her name?
Well, Julia Butters' character.
Julia Butters' character.
I don't remember her actual name.
DiCaprio on the phone that just didn't quite fit into the structure of the movie. The movie's obviously this specific thing, but he thought would be a great way to end the book, and I just thought was really good. A moment of silence passes between the two thespians as they're on the phone. Then the younger one reminds him, "Wow, Rick, isn't our job great? We're so lucky, ain't we?" And for the first time in 10 years, Rick realizes how fortunate he is and was. All of the wonderful actors he's worked with through the years. Meeker, Bronson, Cobden, Morrow, McGavin, Robert Blake, Glenn Ford, Edward G. Robinson. All the different actors he got to kiss. All the affairs he had. All the interesting people he got to work with. All the places he got to visit. All the fun stories he got to live. All the times he saw his name and picture in the papers and magazines. All the nice hotel rooms. All the fuss people made over him. All the fan mail he had ever read. All the times driving through Hollywood as a citizen in good standing. He looks around the fabulous house he owns, paid for by doing what he used to do for free when he was a little boy, pretending to be a cowboy. I'm going to choke up reading that. That's the fact that Quentin Tarantino made me choke up right to something is in of itself an accomplishment.
I know.
That's a great way to end that book. And again, it gets to function as this whole other thing from what the movie gets to be, you know what I mean? Because the movie... And what's funny is, it kind of refers to the climax of the movie super casually.
Yeah.
It's actually doesn't...
It's earlier in the book,
with
too.
that,
Yeah.
And it even gives us a little bit of a preview of what Rick Dalton's life is after that. Because I think the movie kind of ends with this assumption that, his whole career just went to these massive new places because he saved Sharon Tate and become friends with Roman Polanski. And it's like, well, he got some more TV work out of it. He got a little bit of a role here. Basically, it was just a chance for him to kind of improve himself a little bit, but it was not as radical a thing as you almost leave the movie with the impression that it was, So, again, that's a really... And... What did you think of Tarantino as a novelist in that book?
I mean, I'm going to read anything that man ever writes just because it's going to be interesting in some way.
Yeah.
And he's a better filmmaker, I think, than he's a writer. But
there are flashes, I think, of that are.
I think that one. There was
good.
that one chapter that was really good, talking about Pussycat breaking into the. House and all that stuff. I thought that was really good. Like certain things like that are like some of the stuff about the Manson family stuff I thought was really well written. But yeah.
My number 2 is Crossroads by Jonathan Franzen, a book that I've been raving about to anyone who will listen ever since I've read it. As I said 2 years ago in my first semester teaching, I was slowly got through the corrections, which is almost, I found out later, I kind of lucked out picking that book as the book that I read then because that whole book is about this family coming home after this very traumatic series of years, and this one particular Christmas that the family all wants to come back together for, because the father is kind of in the stages of getting Alzheimer's and he's getting worse, and the family feels like we need to come home, and the mom's insistence, the matriarch, that we all need to come home and have one big last Christmas. And so that's the only other Franzen book I've read, and I think that book's about as good as everybody says it is. I mean, I think it's one of the best books of the last 20 years plus. But I like Crossroads even more. And Franzen's a guy that is in the public eye, has been more... He likes to kind of be pugnacious. Who knew that would be the word of the day for me anyways? Likes to kind of be a thumb in the eye of, quote, political correctness sometimes, and take issue with certain things, and that can be an annoying aspect of his personality or his persona. But as far as his writing goes, I think he's every bit as good as any other novelist working today. Crossroads is set in mostly, like 90%, I would say, in kind of almost December 23rd, 1971. So it's set in a historical context, but not nearly as about the, quote, early 70s, late 60s as much as you would maybe think it would be by the sound of it. But then once it talks about a lot of the characters' pasts, that does become a little bit more maybe relevant.
Yeah.
And it's basically, it's all about this one family in kind of suburban Illinois, or suburban Chicago specifically, which I think he spent some of his formative years, so I think in some ways it's autobiographical. And basically, the gist of the book is about the father is an associate pastor at this fairly decently sized church, it sounds like, that has this youth program called Crossroads, which is this attempts to like abandon traditional Christianity and get to, quote, what's real about Jesus, what's, quote, real about the Bible, while not especially studying the Bible all that much. And the main father character, patriarch, feels as though he's been sidelined, that he tried to be like the youth leader and they used to get along kind of sort of, but there were some incidents that they kind of shut themselves off from each other. And all of these guys, him and his family, all are at, this sounds corny, it's cornier than it is in the book, all at various crossroads in their life. The father's thinking about pursuing a extramarital relationship outside of his marriage. His wife, who wins the book, her whole life story is a pretty fraught, crazy one, and she has some psychological problems and some addiction problems and whatnot. That it flashes back to talk about that. She's really just, she kind of sees a therapist in secret on the side and is really consumed with her weight and thinking that she's not good enough for her husband anymore, who she expects is going to have an affair. Then there's an older brother character who's not in most of the book until the very end more so, but he comes in and out, who's in college at the time, who really doesn't want anything to do with religion anymore. As far as the kid characters go, I think the daughter is the best one. She's the second oldest. She's thinking about maybe pursuing a relationship for the first time. The third youngest is kind of the most chaotic character of the book in some ways, saying something. A kid who is himself starting to give over to addiction issues and is a pretty fake person and is putting on an act for everybody. And then there's a youngest child who is a cute kid, but not really a character.
Yeah,
he kind of is just always in the background. And so it's all about this one kind of Christmas time, and so he specializes in like family crises around Christmas, coming together for this series of large and small conflicts.
What was that, by the way? What was that part in the corrections? It was at some point where it was like someone trapped in like Europe somewhere in a like airport, and it's like the lights went out or something, and it's just like what? Like,
in that book, there's a whole thing about one of the sons who's an adult is stuck off trying to get home in like Europe, and it's like
Oslo or something, like that, and it's like the lights all went out.
And
or
what's
something.
fascinating about this book in comparison to that is that most of the family characters are children or younger people in the corrections, they're all adults
Yeah.
who are dealing with their older, parents. He's since said that this is part of a trilogy of books he's going to write, presumably about this same family, which I'm very fascinated to see how that's going to change. And also, as someone who is a Christian, it's very fascinating to see someone who seems to be a fairly secular writer write about spirituality with the passion that he does here. And it's not condescending. It's not, look at these fools. And it's like some of the most deeply spiritual writing I've ever read are some portions of that book of some characters literally praying to God or trying to come to terms with God and seemingly reaching a sense of satisfaction or like they're truly turning a page in their life. I mean, it's not condescending, which, because I think, like, as people who love art and are Christians, you're always either in the category of seeing Christian art that is very weak, limp-wristed, not asking tough, serious questions, or secular art that is looking down on religion in a big, serious way. And this is kind of the perfect combination of being a deeply spiritual book that isn't condescending, but also isn't stupid. You know what I mean? I hate to say it, but in those terms.
I mean, there's very rarely anything. It's so rare. It's like, it's shocking. I mean, I talked about, and this movie isn't particular. I mean, it is, but it isn't. Dune, what I really loved about Dune, this new movie, is that I felt like there was so much imagery in the movie that was like spiritual imagery. Like, I felt a spirituality watching it, which is something that sounds strange because most of actually a lot of the religion in that is actually based on Islam, which, I'm not an adherent to. So, but that I felt like the movie trafficked in religious and spiritual imagery, which I got some sort of spirituality from, which is strange to say for something that is totally pagan, is not like a Christian art. But no, I mean, to feel that is rare, so I'm glad to hear that did that. Because that is something that never happens, it seems.
And it also should be said, like, the vast majority of the book is taking place on this single day or these series of days, and then the book kind of jumps ahead, almost like an epilogue section, a few years, not drastically longer. And some of those epiphanies that were had then, you're starting to see maybe wore off. And that's not a fault of God. I wouldn't say the book's suggestion, but of the humans who were involved in it. And again, the book is not like... The book could in many ways be written now, a quote contemporary book, but I think the early 70s-ness of the book, it doesn't even talk about this exactly, but it's just in there between the lines, is church trying to keep up with the young people of that time, and this feeling that, we've lost the young people to marijuana or rock and roll and these things. And it's like, let's try to take some of those energies and apply them to these youth group. And I won't get real explicit about this. There's not even really big direct comparisons to make, but as someone who was once a part of a youth group, and that was a big part of my life for a period, there were a lot of things I saw in his depictions of that were not explicitly about, that's about this person, I knew that, but just about the overall experience, good and bad, that are inherent to those communities. So again, Crossroads, I've already bought it for multiple people this year, and I expect I will continue to do so in the immediate future. Check it out. It just came out this year. And as I said, it's part of a larger trilogy that he's said he's going to write. So I'll be fascinated to see where that goes.
So my number one, and we've talked a lot about this. It was on our both of our lists, I think, for our books earlier this year. Was The Amazing Adventures of Cavalier and Clay. I think and everybody says this. And people knew this already before the book was even written. Just a true revelation to link the golden age of comic books with the emergence and fear over fascism, and what comic books had to combat that with, as not even just expressly propaganda machines, but also as just an escape and an alleviation of evil, and how so many people saw themselves through that lens, and found the confidence to lead their own lives. The one thing that I have, taken out of that, and you got choked up over Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I about got choked up just in the class while I was in the classroom reading it. Of the kind of what I think is the kind of definitive moment of that book is when, I just forgot his first name. Cavalier Joseph is his real name.
Yeah.
But Joe, that when he's in the Antarctic, and he's been getting all these letters from Sarah is her name, right?
I believe, yeah.
That they had their child, and got the picture of him on like the table with like all the comic books surrounding him, and like him looking at the camera and talking about him looking at that and seeing it. It's like such a powerful metaphor for the what that represented. I remember reading that section and almost breaking into tears in front of kids who were, I was like subbing for a Spanish class, and they would have been like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Like, but
right.
Just like in the middle of that, almost crying reading that, it's just been probably the highlight of the year for me. So,
yeah, and
that's one of your favorite books.
Yeah,
so, right?
I mean, we talked about that.
Yeah.
I talked about that back in the books pod, but yeah, that is one of my favorite books. And again, this seems so obvious after the fact, but people as non-Jewish people, the connection, I think it literally makes this on the first page of the book, between the emergence of superheroes and kind of the ghost of, say, Harry Houdini for a certain generation of Jewish immigrants. It's a pretty powerful metaphor that you're already starting the book off on. You're like, oh, wow. And you feel like you have the galaxy brain moment of seeing history in a different way that Shaban, as a Jew, is putting there for you to see. It's just, And then all the descriptions of New York in the 40s were, transportive and just take you back.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact wording of what he said, but there's that moment where he says something like, it's in that first paragraph which is one of the strongest opening paragraphs of
it. Immediately just takes you to a place instantly. Yeah.
That it says something like, talking about Sam Clay, saying that he, I think it was basically saying something like, instead of him escaping from chains or a box, he was always trying to escape the confines of Brooklyn or whatever.
Yeah,
like, it's just such an amazing metaphor, like I said, of even like what the Jewish kids around that time saw as escape was from an even bigger thing, and just a truly
and I mean the whole dichotomy between Joe and Sam, who are obviously cousins and I think become great friends over the book, again, are two different portraits of what American Judaism is at that time. One was someone who was literally escaping from something and knew some of the harsher realities of life. And then you have Sammy, who has been here his whole life, but even, again, is wanting to escape this place called Brooklyn. And, again, a very powerful, brilliant book that I think is Shaban's best, and most people would agree on that. And he's written some other pretty powerful, great books also.
Yeah, I always want to bring. I quite love The Mysteries of Pittsburgh. I think is a really powerful book in its own way, but really great first novel. But I read that a couple years ago. So
yeah. Number one. Anybody who knows me knows this was going to be the number one likely on this list. Nixon Land: The Rise of a President and the Fracturing of America by Rick Perlstein. This is the second in Perlstein's kind of tetralogy of the modern American conservative movement, the first of which was
Before the Storm.
Before the Storm, basically about the Barry Goldwater candidacy in 1964. This is a sequel of sorts, and what's fascinating is I've read these two, and I honestly want to read the other ones real quick, but I also want to space them out because I love them so much. I'm not someone who drinks, but I see them as like wine, and you want to let them sit until you're ready to drink them, because once you drink them, you can read or drink it again, but it'll never be the same thing. What's fascinating is you can see him make very clear distinctions between what Goldwater represented and what later on Reagan as a figure would pretty quickly represent. There is a kind of a spiritual progression from Goldwater to Reagan. Then there's Nixon. Nixon does not evenly fit into that evolution. in large part because Nixon never wanted to be anyone but Nixon. Nixon was always someone who saw himself as an outsider, didn't have many, quote, real close personal friends, because he always saw himself as, even sometimes within his own party, as an oddball, an odd duck, as I've been referring to him in class recently as a sweaty goblin. And the cover of the book says, I think from a Newsweek article, the paperback edition I have says the best book written about the 1960s, and you see that and you're like, okay, that's a very big glib thing to say. It kind of is, though. It's not. It's functionally about, quote, Nixon, but it is also about everything else that is consuming American society at that point. Again, I want to read this other excerpt here very quickly. This is from the very, very end of the book, actually, that sums up what the book's really about. Richard Nixon died in 1994. At his funeral, Senator Bob Dole prophesied that the second half of the 20th century will be known as the Age of Nixon. In a sense, he did not intend. I think Bob Dole was correct. What Richard Nixon left behind was the very terms of our national self-image, a notion that there were two kinds of Americans. On the one side, that silent majority, the non-shouters, the middle-class, middle American, suburban, ex-urban, and rural coalition who call themselves now values voters, people of faith, patriots, or even simply Republicans, and who feel themselves condescended to by snobby opinion-making elites and who rage against un-Americans, anti-Christians, amoralists, aliens. On the other side are the liberals, the cosmopolitans, the intellectuals, the professionals, Democrats, who say they see shouting in opposition to injustice as a higher form of patriotism, or say live and let live, who believe that to have values has more to do with willingness to extend aid to the downtrodden than where or if you happen to worship, but who look down on the first category as unwitting dupes of feckless elites who exploit sentimental pieties to aggrandize their wealth, start wars, ruin lives. Both populations, to speak in ideal types, are equally, essentially, tragically American, and both have learned to consider the other not quite American at all. The argument over Richard Nixon, pro and con, gave us the language for this war. Do Americans not hate each other enough to fantasize about killing one another in cold blood over political and cultural disagreements? It would be hard to argue they do not. How did Nixon land in? It has not yet ended. And in that, he's basically saying that Nixon was not exactly the problem, but instead Nixon took the problems of the day and weaponized them to his own extent. And again, was part of a sort of an evolution that Goldwater had started and Reagan played on, but Nixon made his own when it came to weaponizing the terms with which we hate one another here in America. And again, Pearlstein is a man of the left. He is a progressive, but has this intense interest and fascination with trying to suss out what exactly conservatism has done for America. And it should be said, I mean, somebody like George Will, who we've actually mentioned on this podcast already before in relation to
You're a hack.
Him and O'Reilly.
You're in with the cabal.
That he's someone of the right who has written blurbs on the back of Pearlstein's books as saying these are great books that are of great histories. And so, I mean, you can't help but see Pearlstein rolling his eyes as he writes about the stuff that he is, but he's still doing it in a pretty fair, honest, concise way that even somebody like George Will can't help but say is the truth. So that in of itself, I think, is an endorsement of the book. And so, again, it's functionally about Nixon, but it's really about, like, in many ways, the fecklessness of the Johnson administration, of Hubert Humphrey, of a lot of the liberals or progressives who tried to oppose Nixon, and men who were playing checkers when he was playing chess the whole time. So, again, I've actually quoted liberally from this book and a lot of anecdotes that I thought I knew the time period pretty well, and I still think I did, but it was almost just a treasure trove of all sorts of other things that I learned. Again, we've talked about the 60s at length on here, and we probably will continue. How truly insane that time was, and that book really gets to the heart of it. So there we go. Those are our top 5 favorite books of the year. Feel free to email us your own at HuffmanBrothersProductions@gmail.com. That's again, HuffmanBrothersProductions@gmail.com. So, enough of the art. Let's get into Jingle All the Way.
You mean enough of the trash? Let's get into the art.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Yeah.
All right, Levi, tell us about Jingle All the Way.
Wow. Jingle All the Way is a 1996 American Christmas family comedy film directed by Brian Levant. Not to be confused with the Islamic Levant. So, it stars Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sinbad, his two rival fathers, mattress salesman Howard Langston and postal worker Myron Larrabee, who are both desperately trying to purchase a Turbo Man action figure for their respective sons on a last-minute shopping spree on Christmas Eve. The film's title is borrowed from the lyrics of the popular Christmas song Jingle Bells.
It even has to say that.
Real quickly, I want to go ahead. I want to do this a little bit out of order today and
go ahead.
Just go ahead and read some information off here. Inspired by real-life Christmas toy sellouts for such items as Cabbage Patch Kids, the film was written by Randy Cornfield with a K, like corn, the band. Okay. Producer Chris Columbus rewrote the script, adding in elements of satire about the commercialization of Christmas, and the project was picked up by 20th Century Fox. Delays to Fox's reboot Planet of the Apes allowed Schwarzenegger to come on board the film, because as we remember, he was originally going to be attached to that. While Columbus...
there was Planet of the Apes? So there's apes, and there was planets of them?
Well, I don't know. That's what it says here.
Yeah.
I'll have to look into it later.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm not familiar.
But so... Columbus opted to cast Sinbad instead of Joe Pesci.
Oh my God! So Joe Pesci was supposed to be the
I think
Sinbad
actually
character?
this was the right choice, believe it or not, to cast.
What if Joe Pesci was the cop, the Robert Conrad cop?
See, now that I could believe a little more, but I actually think Sinbad fits the movie.
Yeah, he's good.
So Jingle All the Way was set and filmed in the Twin Cities in Minneapolis and St. Paul, at various locations, including the Mall of America. The Mall of America has a really big place in the movie. It's kind of annoying. But,
yeah.
And after 5 weeks of filming, the production moved to California, where scenes such as the end parade were shot. You can tell that is in like L.A. somewhere. Yeah. Film's swift production meant merchandising was limited to a replica of the Turbo Man action figure used in the film.
What else would there even be, though?
Yeah, it's like... It's
like, gonna do make a commemorative coat
like,
that he wears?
Sorry, the merchandising had to be... You fancy cashmere coat and you whatever, yeah. But yeah, it's like whatever.
What even else would there be? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I don't know. So the movie came out on November 22nd, 1996. That day, I mean, all the horrors of that day, you know. It was made for $75 million. It made 129.8, so it made its money. Yeah. Its release date, I'm not kidding this, it actually premiered at the Mall of America.
Of course it did.
Is that not the most disgusting thing you've ever heard?
So we're gonna get into this later, but like this whole notion that there's quote satire here, I think is not totally unearned. But part of the problem is it's like in many ways a celebration of a lot of this stuff too. Right. I feel like, and I had no idea Chris Columbus was actually really involved in this. I think I had seen his name but forgotten that. Of course, a few years before this, he made the classic Home Alone. He himself had already written a Christmas movie.
Yeah,
which one?
I'm about to say Halloween, Home Alone,
Gremlins.
Oh, well, right. I'm sorry. I was getting all mixed
John
up.
Hughes would have done Home Alone. But yeah, Gremlins.
Halloween, Home Alone, Gremlins.
But Gremlins was famous for being like his debut pretty much as a screenwriter. But.
So let's move on from my embarrassing misstep of saying who did there and move over to Brian Levant, who's the director.
Filmmaker. Auteur.
So his movies, wow. Okay, so Problem Child 2, his first movie he directed.
Yeah.
Beethoven.
The dog, yeah.
Flintstones, the first one, and Flintstones in Viva Rock Vegas.
At least there was a continuity there.
Right. Don't you think it's funny, by the way, that, of course, Viva Rock Vegas came out like 2 years after Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? That they're like, yeah, let's keep doing that, you know? Snow Dogs.
Never seen that. That's another one of those classic HMS mid-2000s.
Well, it's funny. Now, I saw 8 Below.
Okay, I think I might have seen that.
In elementary school, so I always get those confused. Are We There Yet? Mm-hmm. The Spy Next Door, the Jackie Chan film, and Max 2, White House Hero in 2017. Also directed A Christmas Story 2 with Daniel Stern, don't forget, and was the writer for Leave It to Beaver.
Ooh. So he also wrote, or the story by credit, Beethoven's Big Break.
Yes.
I mean, he himself...
He was the Beethoven guy.
He was from the beginning.
Okay. Television. He actually directed a lot of TV.
Okay.
Happy Days, The Jeffersons, Brothers and Sisters, Bad News Bears, Mork and Mindy, the new Leave It to Beaver, Married with Children, Charles in Charge. That's one of the dumbest names of anything I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Puchinsky. The hell? Unsold television pilot. Yeah, I'll say so.
Yeah.
Babes.
Okay.
I wonder about that. I don't know. And Grounded for Life. But anyway.
So he's a journeyman, pretty clearly.
Yeah.
Not to insult him.
Well, don't worry. I mean, we'll do enough of that as we go. All right, let's jump down to the cast.
Yeah, you said kind of what this is about functionally.
Yeah,
I guess.
so it's just about this workaholic mattress salesman who's conspicuously has a German accent. Not really sure why.
Yeah. My number one customer.
You know, and I have some things we can talk about that a little later. But that he's this workaholic dad, can't go to his son's karate. He can't make it.
Awful dad.
He'll be there.
I promise.
He promises. I promise. Promise. Pronto. Like,
Get a Rosetta Stone for Schwarzenegger voice. Not like French or Italian, but just like...
I'm not a pervert. I was just looking for a Toberman doll. Anyway, that he's like, I'll get it. I promise. I got it a month ago. Like, and of course he didn't. And so the whole day...
Put this thing away. Like,
put that thing away.
Like when somebody pulls it out. Like,
right. It's like, put that thing away. There are children here. Yeah. Like, you sick freak. Like, knock, knock, and that he basically is like, looking around, going on. Everybody's terminated this an odyssey, looking for
Homer had nothing on this.
Looking for this doll,
yeah.
which is a turbot. Basically, it's weird. It's like a Crimson Chin meets.
Yeah.
It's like the Crimson Chin meets Power Rangers. It's like a really weird in
or
between.
like
mainly because
Buzz
of the
Lightyear
Demon Team
look,
is what.
Which
yeah.
I don't know if they had time to really conceive of this for Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah,
but I feel like I heard maybe that this was
was
also in
Cabbage
part
Patch stuff.
Cabbage Patch, but this would have been literally the year after Toy Story came out, and I know the Buzz Lightyear action figure at that time was really hard to get. I know, and so it lined up in a lot of ways with the mania around this. Almost looks like Iron Man 2 of sorts. The outfit, but
right.
But one of the reviews explicitly made a comparison to Power Rangers, like you said
like
earlier.
the go Demon Team all that stuff, which is so annoying. There's that moment in the movie that don't you know the choreography, which randomly, which by the way, it's important to note that this was mentioned in like multiple reviews that there were 60 different stunt people in the movie.
Yeah, well, okay, so it's 2 reviews said that. Yeah. Which if one said that, I'd be like, okay, whatever. But 2 saying it makes me think that there had to be, some random like press thing or something talked about at the time, like somebody bragging at a premiere or something. Oh, there were 60
at the Mall of America. They were bragging about it.
There had to be some random thing to bring 2 reviews to bring that up at the time. I don't know.
Oh gosh, we need to look into this at some point. If there were like red carpet pictures from the Mall of America premiere.
Oh God, yeah.
As a matter of fact, I'll be looking into that here in just a second. But so where were we at on all this? I don't even remember. Just Madness.
Yes. So cast
Madness. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Go on the Schwein. Go ahead.
I can't think of a more peculiar film career over the past, or really public life over the past like 40 years than Arnold Schwarzenegger. A guy who was first obviously really kind of known as an action star, who was known as a guy who, obviously his accent is he's from Austria, and his physique, obviously as a bodybuilder, was something that made him early on kind of a draw, whether it be in a wordless part in something like the, Long Good Night, or, the Altman movie, what's it called? The
Long Goodbye?
Long Goodbye,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
right.
Yeah. Long Goodbye, you remember him in that? He's like barely in it in the background. Hercules in New York. You have struck Hercules. I mean...
Yeah, I think one of the random first things he was ever in was that episode of Streets of San Francisco. Have you ever seen that? The way he's acting in that?
I don't know if I have.
He's like basically this guy, unsurprisingly, this guy with total roid rage, and he's just like freaking out, and he like kills multiple people because he's in a roid rage or whatever. Yeah. I'll find videos of that and we'll laugh about it later. But yeah, it's just totally insane.
But obviously the thing that really launched him to stardom was The Terminator.
Right.
And... he's not very, very verbal in that movie, but I mean, him saying "I'll be back" was one of the most iconic still film quotes of all time. We love the first 2 Terminator movies again, not much of a spoiler to say. Very likely they will be subjects of these podcasts. Especially Terminator 2. And that one was a chance for him. That's kind of the perfect Arnold Schwarzenegger performance because it allows him to be this, hulking, physical presence. But also, show a little bit of a sense of humor. But then even under that, also show emotion. And I mean, so that's kind of the perfect performance for him because it allows him to be all the things that make him great in his own way.
Which one was it you said again?
Terminator 2. Like, right, that allows him to do a lot of things. But then in the 90s, as he was getting bigger and bigger, he started to become a little bit more of a comedy guy. And then some comedies, whether it be Twins or this or Kindergarten Cop.
Or Problem Child. Or no, not Problem Child. I mean, what's the movie where he's pregnant?
Twin. Junior.
Junior, that's what I was thinking of.
And so he became a little bit more of a comedy star, which you're thinking, why wasn't he maybe this from the very beginning? Because he actually is a funny guy. I mean, part of it is not even just the accent. I mean,
he's funny in this movie. I mean, I think he's genuinely actually pretty funny.
Yeah, beyond just the accent.
Right.
And another thing that is deeply funny about him as a comedy guy is, I think specifically with this in Kindergarten Cop, is this whole assumption of like, oh, this is the ideal American male,
Yeah.
And it's just like, I mean, I was not even saying the accent's bad, obviously, but with that accent, I think that also just gave him a personality and a quirk that maybe separated him from other people of that sort. In terms of, I mean, you got Stallone when he mumbles all the time, you can hardly hear what he says, and it should be said, we sometimes shrug and laugh and take issue with certain things about Schwarzenegger. We much prefer him to say Sylvester Stallone.
Yes.
And some would try to say, well, Stallone, he's written and directed some movies, and he's more of a creative force or whatever.
And then he's always also like, oh, and like my partner was clipped, like, in the trailer for Bullet to the Head, all that. You're like, oh, or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, no.
What are your general thoughts on Schwarzenegger?
I love Schwarzenegger. I mean, he's one of those people that, like you said, it's such a peculiar career, and I've never thought about it that way because we normally think of him as this action star,
or now later on as a governor, or this political,
and that he's even still in some action movies, and he kind of randomly now late career stuff like Sabotage or whatever. He's like, I will destroy them, or even being I know it was kind of a big deal when he had not been in some movies for a few years, and then he was a cameo appearances in the Expendables movies. He loves playing in the jungle, stuff where it's what, by the way, what was that movie? Was no, not the big statue of me or whatever. It's what even is that?
Google that real quick. That might have been a cameo he had in Around the World in 80 Days or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. But anyway, so but now even he's this kind of internet presence, strangely, which is been a kind of even weirder late career emergences like that, where he's smoking stogies and I'm working out, I'm still working out now, and that he's did that whole thing where he's reading the Stewie from Family Guy, where he's Mom,
Mummy.
Mom. Fact, can we put that in here?
Luis! Mom! Mom! Mummy! Mama! Mom! 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 Mummy! Mummy! Mama!
What?
Hi!
He's
one of his great performances.
But then he's hi. But no, I mean, he, like you said, he has such a strange career that has alternated between the totally hulking, just and then very funny. I think really, honestly, his kind of quintessential performance in any movie actually is probably Total Recall. I think is kind of him at his most level of whatever you want to call it.
Well, him in the hands of Verhoeven is a particular beast.
And I think that is a really pretty interesting performance actually. That is very much just is
not
him,
a lot of not a lot of directors who work with him. I don't think were intent on making him sexy in quotes, and that's Verhoeven's whole vibe and MO is to do that with people. That I would agree with that.
Or maybe even Commando also, because that movie is very much a exemplification of that. Yeah, I mean, I remember I'd seen a lot of, him in the Terminator movies and Commando, even other things, and this movie growing up. But to see him even perpetrate some of the violence in Total Recall, which is a really cartoonish movie, but is incredibly violent.
Yeah.
That's randomly one of the most violent movies I've ever seen as far as certain things in it. I was just like, makes you kind of scratch your head, and you're just like, what is this? And so I think that's an all right movie. I'm not that crazy about it. I actually like some other Verhoeven movies even more than that, but is a very interesting kind of movie. But I mean, I love Schwarzenegger. I feel like he's actually kind of randomly the right person for this movie, which is strange because I couldn't see him without it.
Well, there are some
I guess
there are some physical things about this movie, like stunts or like him jumping over people. I mean, there is like the physical aspects of Schwarzenegger that are at play here, but then also just like he does like confusion / consternation really well. I mean, just like he's the perfect guy, like you said, to kind of lead us through this. Would have been interesting, it'd have been a different movie, but in an alternate reality, I'd love to see what the quote Tom Hanks version of this would have been. Not just because Rita Wilson would have been the wife, but like a more straightforward, average quote guy doing this. It would have been a different movie.
Yes,
adding Schwarzenegger into it kind of just adds a good dimension to it. I believe,
Yeah,
and again, one thing I'll say too about I'm not saying he's like Olivier or like some great actor, but over the course of time, you see him slowly getting better as an actor. I mean, I think you can see him developing as an actor over the course of the 80s into the 90s. Because nothing against like Commando or Predator. I mean, I like those movies for what they are, but like they're these very straightforward like action movies.
Yeah.
And again, something like this, I mean, again, it's not something like prestige drama or anything, but like
he has to do a lot.
He does. I mean, and even like I said, the Terminator 2, that's that's
a very complex performance.
Yeah,
as frankly one of the most impressive action movie performances ever. To be such a block of granite, even still though, which is an interesting level of delivery that he has to go through with that. And even like we said with something like it sounds like I'm talking about Total Recall too much, like I love it or something.
Well, no, that is a very, like you said, quintessentially him.
That's a lot he has to do in that movie too, where he's playing multiple versions of himself, and it's
real Quaid. It is.
He's like, you think this is real Quaid? It is. Yeah, it's one of the greatest moments in any movie, and just. And
I mean, it should be said also, we've spent so much time in our earlier years watching these like mashups and like best of and clips of him over and over again. Sometimes even more than some of the movies.
Come on, don't bless me. I mean, one of my favorite moments in that movie is where he like has been put into the machine and he wakes up and he's like going the full American berserk, basically, where he's just like freaking out, like he literally cannot be contained, and he's like grabs that doctor. He's like, my name is not Quaid.
Crazy and intense.
That is literally one of the most insane I've ever seen anybody act. Is in that scene is just like off the page. It's crazy. But
also, have you seen True Lies?
Yes.
Okay, that's another movie with him and James Cameron, and
that's a little bit more of a complex performance of like playing a CIA guy, but also sort of a family man, questioning about whether or not Jamie Lee Curtis is cheating on him vaguely with Tom Arnold.
Yeah, and she kind of thinks he's cheating on her and first because of his secret life.
That movie's fine enough, but that movie and The Eraser always get kind of mixed up sometimes.
I kind of like The Eraser. James Caan is the villain in that.
That has the moment where he shoots the crocodile with a desert eagle and says, "Your luggage." It's just some of the great.
Well, CGI crocodile.
Right? Yeah, it's not even real. Yeah, that's the funniest part of
bad.
it. And then of course that you've just been erased at the end with the crashing into the. What's funny about that too is that when they were in those like early DVD commercials, where it's like just a promotion of DVD as a
you
product,
see those on a lot of late '90s VHSs, like Batman and
where
Robin.
it's like
VHS.
Showing that moment where the train hits the limo.
It's like, this is as intense as it's ever going to be.
And it shows the DVD like spinning. We talked about that when we saw some older, those VHS intros. But wow,
Last Action Hero. Have you seen that?
No,
that's one that a lot of people love, and I'm not especially.
That's a McTiernan movie, isn't it?
Yeah, I think. Did Shane Black write that? Or
I think
it was a Shane
I've
Black
heard that.
clone. I can't remember.
Yeah,
I'm not as taken with that one as other people
that's
are.
The movie
it's
has,
all right.
high stunt guy. Coin a phrase.
On the phrase, yeah.
Yeah.
But that was McTiernan who directed it. No, Shane Black did write it. Okay. So, it's meta. It's like breaking the fourth wall, maybe. And it's cool because of that.
But yeah, I mean, I love Schwarzenegger. He's actually a really quite a harmless figure to be a big action star, because to have been, a governor too, that there's a lot of other people like Jesse Ventura that just went totally off the rails and just a crazy person. And
it should be said Stallone didn't do that.
Right. But I'm saying other action stars that like Mel Gibson or even Bruce Willis to certain extents. Like these people that have this kind of volatile life outside of that. I've never really heard that about Arnold Schwarzenegger. Who has a pretty optimistic view of America, even, and
it should be said he's a Republican governor of California, but he's fairly liberal on social issues.
So I think overall he's quite a healthy presence for an action star, which is something that is very rare. But we love Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I mean, if you went to the movies in the 80s and 90s, Arnold Schwarzenegger was there somewhere. Yeah. I mean, he was just in so many movies at that time period.
And he just has the best one-liners of anybody, bar none. I mean, knock, knock, and, and stick around. And I mean, my favorite overall probably is let off some steam Bennett. I mean, and let's potty. And, just like the stuff in Commando is just so great. I mean, it's
just a highlight reel almost.
Anyway. By the way, one of the most embarrassing things ever is watching a supercut of moments in that movie set to TNT by AC/DC on YouTube. That was like early YouTube days of like, I just remember the images of him shooting people to like right off in the sunset on your colored TV screen, and just dumb. Sinbad is Myron Larrabee. Now, Sinbad has been in our life in a random way at Hickory Chair. Do you want to discuss that?
I'm trying to remember.
What's that First Kid movie?
Okay. So, there was like some furniture that was made for that movie, The First Kid he made, which I think he plays like a Secret Service agent
and he's
or
like
something.
doing the rock
like his
version
glasses
of like, right. Yeah.
And so like every time I walk into Hickory Chair, I forgot about this too. And so there's like a little mini poster that's kind of behind glass, almost like, some of this furniture was
like Ugly
made
Betty.
here.
I remember when Ugly Betty was a big show. It was actually kind of a big deal there for a little while, where there was actually some furniture that was in that was made at Hickory Chair that I don't remember if our dad made it or not, but it was like,
the highlight of his career is he maybe made the Ugly Betty furniture.
I don't know. But anyway, I have to ask him about that and make sure. But so anyway, Sinbad.
Again, I had no clue that Joe Pesci was going to maybe do this part. And again, I love Joe Pesci deeply. Yeah, Sinbad's perfect for this role. The kind of crazy mailman who also is a competitor. It's kind of the antagonist of the movie, I guess, to try to get the Turbo Man doll.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting that a lot of the villains in this movie are like public servants or like civil servants. It's like
that's true.
That they're like cops or mailmen or like even radio disc jockeys. It's just like very anti-establishment in a certain way. It's kind of strange, but it is interesting to think about the mailman in the 90s. Just the mailman really had an interesting couple decades there, where you had like Son of Sam and
I was going to say, I think that probably created this stereotype of mailman that
as
has
like
been
these
repurposed.
isolationist, like crazy, overburdened figures in society, and that
speaking of the 90s, though, Wayne Knight,
right, and that's what I was going to say is that
in
Seinfeld that also propagated this kind of like the mail keeps coming and coming, kind of like attitude, and kind of the crazy mailman just as a concept, and even with C-Spot Run in the early 2000s, I mean, as this whole concept of this. So it's interesting to see that on a scale of like, but they're parents too, and they've got to get their kid something. And it is interesting to think of even before, the idea of like, I think it would be even more interesting to make this movie now and have it like be about like have the same character, but even kind of opining on the idea of the male even as a dying institution, especially even in the sense of like online shopping and like, you know, kind of the interplay that will be, I think will be even more interesting now. That's not really the case in this. Layaway is a lot more of a concept that they kind of brought that back a few years ago, but nobody cares about that anymore, you know, because you can just online shop.
Yeah.
It's funny how this movie does operate in kind of an ancient view of consumerism is kind of...
Well, it is objectively that way, but it doesn't seem all that long ago as well either.
No,
and
it's not that much. No, it's no
But
different.
the world has already so much changed from
It's no
that.
different in the sense of cutthroatness, especially this holiday season where all I've been hearing about is it's going to be hard to get this stuff this year. By the way, in my own experience, there's been no issue about
things I've wanted to get people. I've not had any
I guess
problem.
that it's like toys for children. It's like, I don't know, maybe I'll be controversial and say, time for the kids to grow up, okay? Get them something else. Time to quit playing with toys.
Get them a butter churner, you know?
Yeah, you know, get like Colonial Williamsburg, as Eric Andre once said. So yeah, I think that this is actually a lot of the random soul of the movie rests on the whole idea of this mailman character and what that represents of another version of the American
Do we want to bring up here like the racial components of this character?
I guess so, because it's such a part of the movie.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about it as it goes through, like him situating himself in the midst of anything that happens bad against me is a byproduct of racial inequality in a weird way or something. He brings up he talks about racism. He mentions Jesse Jackson in a moment that is highly questionable. He brings up Rodney King
when they're fighting over the balls that they're throwing out.
And as kids, we always thought he said, "Find the key, find the key." But just like, and as a kid, I remember like, "Oh, what does that mean exactly?" And then now to know what he's talking
about, Rodney King, and it's like, what? Yeah, no, I mean,
what do we think about the fact that that's being brought up to hypothetically elicit a laugh?
Well, this all, I think, goes into something that I think has only further... It's just kind of become part of the American right. Their whole idea of, like, if a person complain, all black people do is walk around and complain about racism. Like, no, that's clearly not the fact. I mean, you know, and that even if they do, it's like they're just saying they complain about everything so that they can somehow get something out of that. These are the same people that complain about... affirmative action, stuff like that. I mean, it's all bunk. I mean, and I think, you know, this stuff had been happening before that.
So do you think this movie's a reflection of that?
Well, I think it's a reflection of that, the emergence of that attitude among the conservative part of the country, and that everything must be blamed on that, or that they see that everything is, everything. I mean, it's the same thing about what people say now about everybody's offended. Everything's this, that they think that people walk around being offended all the time. Mm-hmm. That's not really how the world works.
Yeah.
And that people simply asking for equality, that's seen as a joke.
Yeah.
So inherently, I think there is a problem with this character in that sense,
Yeah.
and that the movie is pushing that forward. At the same time, though, I think Sinbad does it with such a strange grace of hilarity that it almost is worse, though.
Well, he comes in and out of the movie. Right. He's not like in it all the time, and I think just as an audience member, you're naturally like, "Oh, he's back," and I want to see more of him.
Right.
And again, he's functionally the antagonist of the movie. But there's the scene between them in the diner where he kind of breaks down what all this means to him in terms of why I need to get this because of what my background was, and then very mysteriously, where he imagines his own son
Here's to you, Dad.
Sitting there
drinking that liquor out of a
and
bottle.
he's literally like, my son will become him if he doesn't get this. It makes it worse.
Yeah,
he's like, my son will become this loser if you know that. Like, and there is a class thing going on here a little bit too, because obviously Schwarzenegger's character is a man of means. He's like, you know, he's a businessman.
Yeah.
I mean, so like he's clearly on more of the upper echelon. And then by contrast, Sinbad's character is like this, like you said, civil servant, working class mailman. and that it's like the haves and the have-nots,
Yeah.
and who will get the turbo.
No, I mean, there
doll,
is,
like-
and I feel like the movie, I'm not trying to give the movie too much credit, there is a clear class struggle. The movie's very much about class, and I feel like in the end, it at least tries to say, hey, we came together on this, we're cool, whatever kind of thing.
Yeah.
But no, I think that is a problem with the characters, that it plays him off as a kook about actual political issues. That
Yeah,
it
and I mean,
chooses
I
to
think most of the
insert
people
into-
all across the board
yeah.
come off as manic,
Oh,
come
yeah.
off
Everybody
as
comes off as
exaggerated,
crazy, yeah. I
but
mean-
with his, there are racial components
Yeah.
to that are highly questionable, to say
Yeah.
the least. And again, we laugh at the absurdity of it, but to elicit the Rodney King beating in the
Yeah.
midst of, I'm trying to get a doll,
Yeah,
like,
right.
it's very like,
Yeah.
what? Like,
In the midst of a whole scene that the guy's like, "Get the mailman!"
Yeah, that
was
guy's
one of our
face,
favorite.
yeah.
I mean, and he's like, "He got two," like, you know,
Yeah.
and it's just insane.
I will say
I mean,
there is. I mean, you see women obviously as a part of this rat race too.
Yeah.
But there is something very deeply funny to me and true about, like, it's mostly men who
Yeah, no,
drop the
it's
ball
crazy
and are
men.
like going
Yeah,
out to like
right,
trying
yeah.
to figure this out.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Mostly, yeah.
yeah.
Because even that one woman who he's like, "Wait, lady," like chasing after her, like got it well ahead of time on
It was on
layaway.
layaway, yeah.
And even she, while looking kind of crazy, it's like, well, she put the work in early to get it.
And again,
know,
you see
like,
women in the midst of this, like, one shot I always think about is when they throw all the balls up in the air, and you see Arnold tensing up. There's like this woman who's standing right beside him,
Yeah.
just like looking
like
intense.
she's powering up or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, the movie is like, it's full of manic, insane people who are
highly exaggerated, to say the least. yeah.
One of those is Phil Hartman. Probably my favorite performance in the movie. I must say, he reminds me of someone we know. We have based our whole thoughts on this person, on that person
Yeah.
in its own way.
Yeah.
Although we must say, this person in our real life, I think, is genuinely a good person.
Yeah.
And this person is not
Yeah.
in the movie,
Yeah.
definitively. This person is definitively fake.
So
and there
Hartman,
is no...
he plays basically like the fake neighbor
Right.
next door,
Is that-
who's basically, is he a widow? Did it say his
I
wife
think
died?
so.
I
think so, or that he's been divorced. I can't remember.
I think
We'll
it
see
said
in
something
the
about
movie.
his, your wife.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it
And-
says. So he's
But
raising
basically,
his
he
son.
has the hots for Rita Wilson's character as Howard's wife.
Yeah.
And that he's like this total sycophant.
Yeah.
Like, I love he's like, he always thinks he thinks he's so much cooler than him all the time because he's always spending time with his son. I mean, that is genuinely a good thing. But he's like thinking, I can be the dad you never were.
Yeah.
You know, and like he's
Yeah.
like, "Hey Howard, you better wrap some chains around those tires or whatever." And he's like, "I'll wrap some chains around you," you know. And he's like, "What?" What?
Yeah.
But yeah, and like that, he's always like, "I've got some non-alcoholic eggnog," and like.
Yeah.
Christmas cookies, like, and who told you could eat my cookies?
I think, Hartman as a performer, if you see his work on SNL, which I've
Yeah.
seen a decent little amount of, and a lot of people talk about he was among the best SNL cast members ever. He could do about anything. And, like, the diversity of the types of characters he could play. But this one, he's playing this very specific kind of guy that he hits out of the park home run
Yeah.
with. I mean, it's just like so weird and predatory. And in some ways, he's also the antagonist
Yeah.
of the movie in terms of...
Interestingly, he's so out of the loop of the plot, though.
Yeah.
That's what's so weird about the characters. He doesn't really have...
he's already done what
Yeah.
he needs to
He's
do.
like,
He's got it.
I bought it 4 months ago. It's wrapped nice and safely under our tree.
As we'll see a
Nice and
reprisal of,
safely
yeah.
under our tree.
Yeah.
Nice and safely under our tree.
And like there's a point where Arnold gets so desperate he's genuinely about to
breaks
steal.
in the well, no, he breaks in the
Yeah,
house.
yeah, he's gonna steal that, and then eventually he's like,
Yeah.
"This is too far," and then he gets in a fight with the
Yeah, it's like-
reindeer.
You can't bench press your way out of this one.
What I love
Yeah.
about that line is that
Yeah.
that's like a real like downtime, emotional gut punch moment of the movie.
Yeah.
and it's saying that line. It just
Yeah.
like makes me roll my eyes so hard.
By the way, that's the
break.
first time I've ever seen in a movie where somebody broke into a house with a credit card. That's a random distinction, but
yeah.
it's like, wow.
Don't they do that in Edward Scissorhands? I think some of them
Yeah,
teenagers
maybe
do that.
they
Maybe
did.
break-
I don't
Or no,
remember.
he uses his
Yeah.
little scissor hands.
Yeah,
to
his
do that.
little scissor hand stuff,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I love Phil Hartman. I mean, one of the truly most hilarious presences, really a tragedy, of course, what happened in his whole death and with his wife and all that. And I feel like, we really lost a comedic genius.
Yeah, because you imagine him getting even older. It was like older parts he could have played, and obviously one of the co-creators really of the Pee Wee Herman character.
And that's and I really that's another thing I sometimes shamefully forget about him is his contribution to not only the whole Pee Wee character, but especially Pee Wee's Big Adventure and that being my favorite movie. I sometimes
really good Bill Clinton impression too on SNL.
Yeah, and I mean his SNL.
Frozen Caveman Lawyer.
Yeah, that and his whole audition.
Chick Hazard.
And the whole Chick Hazard character where he's like, he's always like,
basically like stereotypical noir detective guy.
One of his favorite lines he always used to use for that is like, I was a sucker for long legs. I wanted to shimmy up one of hers like a native boy looking for coconuts. Like, very like 1940s like pseudo racist like thing. But yeah, I mean, Phil Hartman's amazing. This is usually the first thing I think of him. I mean, I think I've really based a lot of my ideas about his sensibility on this kind of
Now, again, just the idea I thought I had when we were leading up to this movie, even thinking about, was like, again, sequels that could have or should have been, like something that would have conspired to have a plot with him and Sinbad's character together as the two leads, like what that would have been, those two energies, Yeah,
because they're never in the movie together, because there's the last kind of moment of him in the movie, one of the last moments of him in the movie, he's like, enough talk or whatever, and like, he gets hit with the alcoholic, non-alcoholic eggnog or whatever, and he's like, I did the face. I can't. It's like all like this, whereas he's like, well, that didn't work or something. Like I don't remember exactly what he says, but then he's like, hey, look, Jamie's dad dressed up as Turbo Man. He's like, let's get out of here, and that's like the last moment you see him in the movie. But yeah, Rita Wilson.
Totally
as
thankless.
Liz Langston. Yeah, I mean, honestly, frankly, there's not a whole lot to say about her in the movie. She sadly is just kind of like,
she's always like, Howard, you don't care enough about our family. Like
real stock performance, like the the lady that was on Curb Your Enthusiasm when she was in RV. A real performance like that, that movie RV.
Barry Sonnenfeld.
Yeah, he did that. I forgot that. Kristen. No. Trying to find her name.
Cheryl Hines.
Yeah.
You could have I mean, it's very similar. To that.
Like all those types of performances.
Wife who's disappointed in goofy idiot husband,
Yeah, so Jake Lloyd is Jamie Langston. I mean, Jake Lloyd, this is pod racing. It's interesting, there was a time where he really looked like he had a lot of promise and being,
There was one of these reviews said, I don't know if it was Janet Maslin or who it was, like, a really pretty great. I'm like, he's all right. I mean, I don't think he was particularly
this picture
that good. Everybody knows him as Anakin from Episode 1. How old is he even now?
He's 32.
Okay, so he's a few years older than me. Thoughts on Jake Lloyd
in that
at
movie Unhook the Stars that year, which had it was Nick Cassavetes' movie with Jenna Rollins and Marissa Tomei and Gerard Depardieu. Also in Apollo 11, which was a documentary or like a television
TV film.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't really been in a whole lot since then. I don't know. I mean, he's a kid actor. I mean, I don't really have a whole lot to say. I mean, he's he was such a part of my childhood in a lot of ways, but I don't know. I mean,
Episode 1,
he kind of had a spark, but he flamed out.
He wasn't even like Macaulay Culkin.
No.
He didn't have that level.
He should have had way more career than he's had. So, Robert Conrad is Officer Alexander Hummel. Bob Conrad in his tight pants, Of course, was big on Wild Wild West. A lot of different things in the 50s and 60s. He's the cop in this. A television series, Bob Black Sheep. Look at that.
Yeah.
What? Which is like a military drama. What do you think of him in the movie?
He's good. I mean, he plays that tough, no nonsense.
He kind of comes
part,
in and out.
Again, he's really good. I could have seen Joe Pesci more in that part than the Sinbad part. But
I love he's like that scene where he accidentally knocks over his motorcycle and he shows back up and he's like, You broke my little mirror.
Yeah.
License and registration, please. Martin Mull as the KQRS DJ, also known as Mr. Ponytail Man, as we remember. Martin Mull.
Talked about him already with Clue.
Being in Clue. I really love him in this movie. He
I
just
actually, frankly, think about him more in this than about anything else.
Because he's just like, he's just like minding his own business.
Help me!
Help me! Yeah, he's like, here's somebody banging, they kick the door in, he's like, help me, and like, but yeah, that he's like,
but literally, like, I mean, it's like Pink Floyd, like, brick again, the brick in the wall.
Yeah,
and it's just like literally, the radio station's being taken over in the final moments.
Yeah, and he's like, and that he's talking about, it wasn't that you could win one, it was a gift certificate, and then that he's like. They say him, and he's like, you Mr. Ponytail Man. He's like, you're the kind of guy that parks in front of the mailbox, parks the trash can in front of the mailbox, so I can't get it. And he's like, no, not true. I recycle. And he's like, shut up.
And it's like, oh, he's effeminate,
right?
Loser, is what that's trying to say with that. Yeah,
but he's great in the movie. Jim Belushi is Mall Santa. I mean,
I sometimes I was thinking about who's all in this. I'd kind of even forgotten that whole section of the whole Santa cartel. Thing. Jim Belushi, obviously, at this point, I mean, I deep down in my head, I guess I think of According to Jim, that sitcom he was on. But now think a lot about The Return, Twin Peaks: The Return. He was on that,
right?
And really good. What do we think of the him in this?
I mean, I've pretty much loved Jim Belushi in about anything, and I know everybody knows this. The more I go back and watch John Belushi, the more just what a comedic genius he truly was. And honestly, I mean, Jim, I think, has lived up to that in his own
funny
way.
Too, yeah.
I mean, he's
hilarious
great in The Return, obviously. I mean,
cherry
pie. But and also, him in this movie, I mean, such a sleazeball. I mean, unlike anything I've ever seen. I mean, truly something else.
You want Turbo Man for Christmas? Forget that I'm not going to sit on your lap. Like.
And I love he's like, I know what you're thinking. He's like, you have no idea. And I love that. You want a Turbo Man for Christmas? And they give him. You know what's funny is they kept talking about that the doll speaks Korean. I could never understand what the language was.
Yeah.
And I was like, I get. He's like, some adult assembly required. Yeah. It's fun and educational. He's like, but that's the multilingual version. Jumping down, of course, Danny Woodburn as Tony the Elf, who, of course, was famous on Seinfeld.
That was taken this morning.
The first time I ever saw that in anything where it's like a newspaper to show you that it's the day of or whatever, like randomly. I never got that, when I was younger. But, I mean, he's fine in the movie, I guess, whatever.
Yeah.
Paul Wright as obviously the Big Show.
The Big Show.
Oh my hell yeah.
It's a big fat show tonight.
But as I'm gonna deck your halls, bub. Like every time I have on suspenders, which has only been twice in my life,
you gotta do it though.
Deck your halls, bub, and like flick it like that.
What's he even credited
as Giant Santa.
Okay.
Then there was the mini Santa, Vern Troyer, uncredited. We have to remember.
This has been even before Spy Who Shagged Me.
Phil Morris is Gale Force. He's been in different things.
He plays Jackie Childs on Seinfeld.
Yes,
several Seinfeld talents.
He's in this as the. I think he's like one of the guys at the parade, kind of like
he's a commentator, like a newscaster,
like our old friend.
Friend of the pod.
What's his name? Matt Lauer. Yeah, not a friend of the pod, by the way. Total scumbag. Screw him.
But he's also. I remember he was pretty good. It was like season 4 or 5. I remember Smallville. He's Martian Manhunter.
Yeah,
I remember him being. Pretty
and then
good
Chris Parnell as Toy Store salesperson.
I remember him.
He's that guy that's with the guy that looks like Pee Wee Herman.
Yeah,
remember? And they're like laughing at him, and he's like,
he grabs him. He's like,
"Where's your Christmas spirit?" Yeah.
That's better.
That's better. That's pretty much the cast. So quite a few people, actually.
And again, as kids growing up in the 90s and 2000s, we saw this movie a lot.
Oh, yeah.
This is one of our part. Well, what really was part of our Christmas canon? Home Alone, of course.
Yeah.
This. We always watch
Muppet Carol.
Muppet Christmas Carol.
Sometime. Well, we've watched. It's a Wonderful Life sometimes.
Die Hard on occasion.
Yeah, here and there.
This is the one among the weaker of all those movies.
Yeah, because Home Alone's our main one.
Yeah.
That and Muppet Christmas Carol are the main two. Everything else comes and goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I thought, but what we wanted to talk about with this primarily, I think, was it as a bastion of Christmas consumerism. For those kids of mine that I have in middle school, I'm going to really make an effort this week. I know who they are, to go around and kind of talk to them personally and say, just remember what the holiday's really about, okay? Like, don't get caught up in the whole, all the BS, you know.
Jesus,
like,
I'm not sure if he makes much of a presence.
Right,
in this movie,
that's what I'm saying. Well, Balthazar, that's it, you know. But no, I mean, we've talked about this before. Everybody talks about, you know, the reason for the season or whatever. But I just want to talk about, I think that this movie, if positioned a little bit of a different way, could actually have been a really genius, interesting movie. If you would have done it a little more surreal, actually, and had it be a little more serious, I think you really could have had a truly impressive...
David Lynch's Jingle All the Way.
Like, not that far, but like something towards more of that and make it like that. And I think you've really got a movie that might have been like a cult masterpiece of like really
Alex Cox's
thinking.
Jingle All the Way.
I think like maybe not even that, but something like along those lines of like something that's more maybe even R-rated, a little bit more like not even raunchier, but just a little more like serious but funny, and take it a little more seriously about like Christmas and consumerism and really dealt with it a little more.
What about say Ben Stiller's Jingle All the Way?
Yeah, like something like The Cable Guy maybe, and like made it a little more like that. I think that's and like so as it is, you know, it is clearly trying to, you know, be critical of it, but at the same time
it's like it's all kind of fun.
But you love the rat race, and it's like, no, I don't.
Yeah.
You know, and like we said, Jesus is totally absent from the movie.
You can say that about a lot of Christmas
movies.
movies.
I mean, and that's no different. I mean, but even like Home Alone really puts an emphasis on some of that.
Family,
and, like,
not in a cheesy way, but like a genuine. Now we did write here on the outline in quotes family. Well, I've got the real Turbo Man at home. In that instant, why doesn't he just say, "You mean I did all this for nothing?" Like,
you piece of ass. Like, you know, it's like,
you ungrateful swine.
Yeah,
like,
you Schweine. Yeah, I mean, that's what I would have done. I mean, he does all that, and then it's like all the terror that was wrought on Minneapolis that day. You know, like
lives were very likely lost.
I'm serious. Yeah. Like, I mean, it's
that
crazy.
Poor family that's just gonna black family that's gonna
let us pray. And they're like, what the? Yeah. I mean, by the way, I want to remark upon that. There's a little part here where it says, the Wikipedia description, despite Howard's pleas for Myron to stop, a long chase ensues involving even a jetpack fight.
It just says that, just like, you know, somebody had to top it up at some point, you know.
I mean, so that's the problem with the movie ultimately, is I think actually if it took itself a little more seriously, I think it actually would have been something of a movie.
Yeah.
Like truly, so, because there's parts of Krampus that try to do that, you know, a newer version of that, but that also deals with this whole kind of, that's more at the beginning of the movie, and it's kind of as a set piece, but that's obviously more about, you know, superstition and all these things. But the movie as it stands, I like it, and it's funny, but I feel like it really could have been something more than it actually was.
Something you had named also, kind of to talk about this, of all things, was Space Jam.
Yes. In
terms of this insistence in the 90s, and I feel like in some ways there was, I feel like in a weird way, like the 2000s, we had a little bit less of this, and then we've seen a resurgence in it of this insistence of like brand overpopulation.
Yeah.
Now that's not as much this with not necessarily present here, but this like throw anything on the wall and see if it sticks notion of storytelling that was popular really in the 90s was something like Space Jam. What relationship do you see Space Jam having to this?
I think it's just because, you know, this movie it's like saying, let's take like Arnold Schwarzenegger and put him in like a kid's Christmas movie. Mm-hmm. And it's like,
let's take Michael Jordan and like put him with
it works. It works a little far more clearly in this. Space Jam is a mess. I mean, that movie is just
almost incoherent in some ways.
Like, but with this, it at least like, okay, sure. But there was this insistence on. I mean, that's honestly coming out of the '80s, which is the most consumerist decade, other than probably the one we're living in now. I mean, it's only getting worse, but. Mm-hmm. But that I think it was just a continued attempt in the '90s to just keep saying, let's do this, let's do that. I mean, it really was like a objectivist era of like kind of like BioShock or something where it's like, let's do it. We are able to do anything because we can. Let's try it out. It's like Jurassic Park. It's like, let's just do whatever we can do to make money. I mean, it really is a truly disgusting.
Well, in many ways, that mode of filmmaking is reflective of even the narrative itself in terms of like this. Need it all now, need it now. Like this whole consumerism that it's depicting is also present behind the camera to even get something like this made in the first place.
Right.
I mean, let me just say, all this, David Foster Wallace, he said it all with infinite jest about what all is going on in the 90s about a lot of this stuff. That's the definitive take on in many ways.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. He wrote a little bit of film criticism here or there. I'm not sure if he wrote anything about Jingle All the Way.
Yeah. But, I mean, I think the ultimate statement of the movie is the fact that he chases a child through a ball pit to get one
possibility.
It's probably not, by the way.
Yeah, but maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that's my, I've got a ticket to ride. Yeah. I mean, like, I need my ticket. Like,
by the way, the price on this just doubled. Like,
the delight that guy has in saying that. Like,
due to the laws of supply and demand. Yeah,
like he's giving a daggum economics lecture in the middle of all this.
But so we kind of got through all that kind of quickly. Any last thoughts before we move on to the trailer here on this movie?
No, we're just looking to have fun, and
it's actually not as bad as you would think. But not really. It's still bad, but I think it actually has some interesting ideas. And is effective in being a totally entertaining slog or Schweine. Yeah.
So we're going to take a little bit of a break. You're going to hear the trailer for Jingle All the Way, and then we're going to dive right into that ball pit of a movie.
Every holiday season, there's one toy everyone has to have.
I want the Turbo Man action figure with the arms and legs that move, and the rocket roaring jetpack, and the boomerang shooter.
Getting it is every child's dream.
Whoever doesn't can be a real loser.
Finding it.
You got the doll, right?
Is this father's nightmare.
I'll get that toy. I promise.
Whoa! Nothing like waiting until the last minute, Howard, sir.
Especially on Christmas Eve.
Turbo Man, you're mine!
They're all gone.
These two are looking for a Turbo Man.
Where's your Christmas spirit?
The last one just left.
Now, it's two fathers.
This is war.
One mission.
Oh, poor baby.
And every man for himself.
I'm thinking maybe, we could join up as a team. Like Starsky and Hutch.
We're on late delivery of Turbo Man. That toy works. Let's go.
Is there a problem, officer?
You can never do too much to make a child's Christmas magical.
Hey, buddy.
From the director of Mrs. Doubtfire.
You want a Turbo Man for Christmas? Forget it. I'm not going to sit in your lap.
Tony, show him.
That was taken this morning.
And from the director of The Flintstones.
Don't open that up. No.
Of course, there's some assembly required. You know what you guys are? Nothing but a bunch of sleazy con men in red suits.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. Sinbad.
I work for the post office and I'm unstable. Tell him.
This man is totally insane.
Thank you.
Christmas comes but once a year.
Jingle All the Way.
You picked the wrong day.
Here we are. We're back. That trailer, by the way, just straight up taking some of John Williams' Home Alone score. You could tell they really wanted this to be the next Home Alone. As far as big Christmas family
and it didn't say this obviously, but the voice, that type of voice actor that does all those, puts the hoe in Holiday, Jingle All the Way.
Yeah. All right, Levi. Well, what is this rated and why?
PG for action, violence, mild language, and some thematic elements.
Well, I don't know. Maybe the evocation of Rodney King being beaten to nearly to death?
I don't know. I mean, that's up to your opinion, man.
I always love thematic elements.
Yeah.
That's such a big...
Like, what does that mean? What, like greed? Like, you know, it's like...
You need parental guidance to show you this is a bad thing. Like, the friggin'
Was that Eric von Stronheim's Feingreed? Like, you know?
All right, so we're watching this off the DVD.
Eric von Schweinheim.
No Blu-rays. Well, no, usually we're Blu-rays.
Well, this is the Family Fun Edition.
Yeah, we should say Family Fun Edition.
What does that even mean, by the way?
It's, again, you want to have family... Literally throw that on there so people that are literally, like, going through... And they see like I need
family fun. I need some of that.
Yeah,
like,
I need requisite family fun. I'll buy that. You know,
like mandatory fun.
Yeah.
The
Weird Al album.
Yeah.
All right, hit and play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
About screwed it up there for a second.
This already feels ancient here. 20th Century Fox.
CG logo.
Now it's what 20th Century Studios they call any release that has this. Similar. It don't even matter anymore because it's all owned by Disney. But
wonder what Samuel Goldfish would think about it. who didn't work for MGM.
It does seem though like, you know, Fox had an above average amount of Christmas movies. I mean, they had Die Hard in the late '80s, Home Alone in '90, and then this was not that far away. And I know that every studio has their own, but I don't know. So. Turbo Man, I guess, is like a superhero show basically in this universe of like
it's like the Power Rangers, basically.
Yeah.
Booster always sucks.
Yeah,
like,
the lame sidekick.
By the way, I really pressured my 4th grade teacher to allow us to watch this in class. Yeah. Wasn't around Christmas, by the way, and they were like, "Yeah, okay." I kept pushing it and pushing it, like.
Yeah, you have a history of making demands I know about certain movies to be seen.
Yeah.
Oh, in class.
Someday, maybe I'll talk about that. That was in preschool. It was even better, you know.
So, like, time's already up, but whatever.
That caused its own explosion.
Yeah. That doesn't match at all with like a Christmas theme. That's just like it matches with this. You know what I mean?
Looks totally insane.
I wonder if this actor here really thought he could get like a big career boost for being Turbo Man in this section.
I mean,
movie,
people think a lot of insane things. That's why fascism is an idea. You know, I mean. And he, like, disappears.
Yeah.
Like, why? Just the president.
Is that Harvey Korman? Or,
I don't think so.
Oh, no, I'm thinking of that. No, I'm thinking of that other actor. I think maybe.
Let me look. That guy was listed on the cast list. Let me see. That is Harvey Korman.
Okay,
yeah. I never knew that.
Yeah,
I didn't know why.
I
don't know why I didn't say something about that.
Yeah, so he's literally.
And then the first lady is Lorraine Newman, who's on SNL.
Yeah. Okay.
I kind of skipped over those, but look at this picture of him. Yeah, okay. No, I feel stupid because I feel like I should have recognized
just
that.
Like I was squinting.
I honestly
like,
haven't seen this movie really since I knew who he was. So James Belushi.
James.
Love he just said, like we kept talking about earlier, it's like sells mattresses, like.
Yes, so what can I do for you? 200 king size for next Friday, no problem whatsoever.
200?
Because you're our number one customer. Andrea, hi.
I just got a new mattress. It's pretty nice.
Same here. We both got
at no extra charge.
Hi, honey. How are you?
I know Chinese karate class. Don't worry. I'll meet you there. I promise.
I'll meet you there.
I mean, okay. We need to talk about this complex in.
I'm your number one customer.
Kids' family movies of like. I feel like this is a real thing too in real life, but like like, Dad is working very hard and making money for the family, but he's a bad father because he's not there for his, like, karate class. And something about that, I'm like, okay, I mean, sure, he needs to be there for his son, no question. But, like, he's clearly, I don't know, you can tell he loves his family in this movie. It's just, like, he's just busy, you know what I mean? I don't know, like, he feels guilt about it.
That's all kind of BS, yeah.
And he's going from yellow to, what, purple or whatever in karate?
Yeah. Stupid. Karate's dumb anyway. Sorry if I'm offending anybody, but...
Sorry, all you karate heads out there.
I baked you some cookies, you know, to thank you for fixing my screen door.
Well, thanks, Judy.
He doesn't have anything to do, basically. Like, look at him.
David Newman.
A handyman like Crispin Glover, as we know.
I don't think his Wikipedia says that anymore, but there was a time on Crispin Glover's Wikipedia, it was like actor, writer, blah, blah, handyman. Like,
I mean, we've all done it. This, you know.
They thankfully still do have this picture of him.
Yeah, but we've all done it, you know. I haven't, actually, but...
Yeah, he's an actor, filmmaker, musician, author. No longer, I guess, handyman, according to this. Whoops. See, this is what happens with fast food cultures today, you know?
It's funny, this is a movie. It's such a Harvey Korman, Robert Conrad late career appearance money movie, you know?
Well, I'm bummed that Harvey Korman was in this, but that's all they gave him to do.
I know.
Just like, really? You see clips of him from,
Carol Burnett.
Carol Burnett is some of the funniest things I've ever seen. Like,
that's one of just the funniest shows. I haven't even seen it all. It's just funny. What do you even do to do any of that?
I don't know.
Are we finished now? Recite the alphabet. A, B, C, backwards.
I don't know if I could do that. Well, it'd take I could, but it would be a little confusing here or there.
So what would happen if he didn't break it?
Oh, Dad's not there though. Dad didn't see me get my yellow.
This shot of the door. You know, I think about that every day.
But another movie that's like this too is Liar Liar. That's like the same kind of thing. Oh, Dad's busy all the time. He must not be a good dad. You know, like, and that shot at the door reminds me of the wind chime shot in that where after he makes the wish. I wish my dad would never tell a lie. The magic.
Yeah. Randy Cornfield.
With a K.
Corn. A band that promoted some rape and sexual assault at Woodstock 99, by the way. So I'll put that out there.
Corn did?
Yeah. With Limp Bizkit also. And violence that happened there. So and it's almost like that whole era of music
garbage.
Was morally bankrupt. What the hell are you doing on my roof?
I had some extra lights in the garage, and since you didn't put up any yourself, I thought, what the heck? Why not spread a little Christmas cheer around the neighborhood? Gee, Ted.
Oh, gee, Ted.
Hey, sorry you missed the karate class today, but don't worry, I got it all on video for you. What would I do without you?
Look of hatred in his eyes.
I did that to a couple of students yesterday.
It wasn't my karate class you missed.
Well, now I got to go talk to the Schweiner.
Can you imagine Rita Wilson's karate class, though?
Yeah.
Hi, buddy.
Like, would you be that mad at our dad if he missed a karate thing? You know, I don't know. It was just kind of like, okay. Like,
America's favorite superhero.
Why don't you get a job? What's that on the wall? That painting?
I don't know. Yeah. Modern art.
Don't walk away from your
masterpiece.
father.
You got a Hulk mask on the wall.
Yeah.
All this shot coming up at him with the
the
belt around his head.
Yeah. Everything's Turbo Man.
Well, I got Fantastic Four bed sheets.
Hulk, Turbo Man on the wall, I guess. No, our Captain America. Christ.
So he's not a DC kid. You
He's
can
like,
tell.
oh crap. Imagine if your dad was Arnold Schwarzenegger, you know?
Yeah, very. Yeah. There's a few that can say that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, extramaritally, you know.
Should be said his son-in-law is Chris Pratt.
Yeah.
I wonder what those family dinners.
Yeah,
are like.
that SOB.
Yeah.
Totally abandoned his previous family.
Yeah.
Not a nice man. By the way, I went ahead and just outwardly said, yeah, Ryan Reynolds is garbage in class this week. Oh my God.
Yeah.
The way people reacted. I was like, you probably won't like me after this. So I'll just go ahead and be out there about it.
A few weeks ago, I'd said something to him about some kids, and they were like, really? That's why I love him.
Yeah.
All this thing
I know.
I didn't like about
I told him, he represents a cynicism and insincerity in the culture that I find disgusting. And just said, well, I said, whatever, y'all have an excuse, you're cynical middle schoolers, you'll get over it. Some people don't, though. I said, some people don't get over it, so hopefully that won't be you. I just kind of moved on, but I was just like, no, I'm going to be out there about that, you know. Just for you. I've got something for you.
Maybe you should have asked your son this question, though, a little bit earlier, you know, like a month ago. Or...
Tell me.
What do you want?
What do you want? Suitor.
You got so he's got a thing action figure.
That's a really disgusting moment where he says, where he said that though, that he's like, sold separately, batteries not included. Oh, this moment in Borat.
Yeah.
And he's like, ugh. He's like those Schweine. Like.
Yeah. Oh, I meant to say this earlier. That like drawing he did of Schwarzenegger actually looked pretty good as far as like the kid's approximation of it. He don't got it.
The doll.
Why is he surprised there?
It's just the stupid little plastic doll. Atlanta 96. Meanwhile, he's like lives in Minneapolis.
Yeah. Maybe he took a trip down there.
Yeah.
Did somebody bought a lot of mattresses?
I got it. No, I did.
Maybe like as Eric Rudolph tried to buy. He thought Eric Rudolph was trying to buy some, but it's like, no, he was going to the mattresses. Oh, not, you know, I don't know. Yeah. I didn't do it. Richard Jewell gets all into that. But.
Dick Jewell, as certain people call it.
Just look. Reminds me of that guy in the "If You're So Smart, Why Aren't You Rich?"
Yeah,
ending.
yeah. Martin Mull early appearance here.
Yeah, we were just testing this out earlier, and we didn't even really realize that was him in the background.
It is funny. This movie creates a minor world of insanity. You
Yeah.
know, like all these different people that exist.
I mean, Martin Mull is the Rock and Ricky of this movie.
Yeah. Like he wouldn't hear that. everything about him is Turbo Man. Just like, enough. What's he gonna do with the Turbo Man doll anyway? Play with it? Like, you know, it's like, oh, and? Like, you know, it's like...
Again, the butter churner needs to make a comeback. Kids be productive, you know?
I remember our grandma, Mama, had a butter churner in her living room for a long time. She never used it, of course, but... Be there.
Indeed, he will be there.
I will do it. Watch me. Watch what I do.
So, like, why the hell's he got a reindeer, though? Like, for real?
Because he's a daggum idiot.
What's that? Reindeer? A little Christmas surprise for Johnny. You just think of everything, don't you, Ted? Howard, I'm of the mindset you can never do too much to make a child's Christmas magical.
So what happens to Blitzen after Christmas?
I've been watching a family of deer down by Lake Minnetonka. I thought I'd take them down there and set them free. Nature's kind, they'll take them in like...
How touching.
How touching.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
One of the reviews said something about the animatronic deer later on when he's chilling and giving him a brewski. Which I think... Who was this? It was the Ebert review said this will not be a scene shown at his AFI.
Yeah, it was him, I
tribute
think.
or whatever.
Yeah.
One of those Turbo Mans. Oh, that's great. I got a Turbo Man for Johnny months ago. It's nestled safely under our tree.
No, too, like this movie's implicitly suggesting, if you do things ahead of time and methodically, that you're a weirdo or a villain or something. Like, I mean, he's a goon, but like, you know, doofus. Women singing an upbeat song.
Yeah.
Miracle on 34th Street, man.
Do you feel that this, I guess now this would feel exaggerated. Maybe back then it would have been this bad, but of people waiting this long?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, it's probably a little bit exaggerated.
Because now I would think some of these stores just be closed.
Yeah.
The day before.
Especially in the COVID era we've lived in, is like it's actually been a return to the way things used to be some decades ago, where things actually closed at sometimes reasonable hours. Everything wasn't 24 hours all the time, you know. Yeah. It won't last forever, probably. But.
Looks like he's just unloading.
Yeah.
No, your father's been laid off. Every butt toy. Some fruity robot named Toy.
Fruity robot.
Yeah, like. A ploy. I mean, how is this a crazy idea?
Yeah. He's made to look like he's insane or something.
That guy with a daggum eye patch in the background.
So I'm right in there.
And then... Living room mail, so you can pay an alimony payment to the woman except with everybody at the post office but me.
So wow, that's a rich, dense history.
Yeah,
there.
like alimony payment.
Literally grabbing a woman and shaking her like.
He's like, "What's the matter with you?" Like, shouldn't wear fur. This guy got marks on his face. Turbo Man, you're mine.
Well, this is a little like
people already slamming into stuff here.
There's the X-Men figures from the 90s. I see there.
Look at this.
Butcher's just a punching bag in a lot of this movie, which who cares anyways.
They're all gone. By the way, this is literally... This store's been open for 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm. You're usually right. That guy does look like Pee Wee Herman. Yeah. This woman. So we're not going to act like they're all insane themselves for just running in there like a pack of animals for whatever.
Simpleton partner Bush.
Simpleton partner.
Everybody's like, oh crap. Look. That's better.
There must be a turbo man around here somewhere. The last one just left. Some lady had it on layaway. A lady? What lady? It's the short, with a fur coat.
Oh.
These temporary allies have now turned into bitter enemies.
This kid.
Yeah.
This is war. When somebody asks me what kind of card game I'm playing, like...
You'd think that,
all
like...
the mail.
The Turbo Man villain would have more prominent placement than Booster would. You
Yeah.
see him in the background a little bit, but not...
Yeah, you know, and it's funny, by the way, he's supposed to be delivering all this mail.
Oh, by the way, yeah. Yeah, do his job, you know.
This image. It's like daggum Frankenstein monster. Man singing upbeat song. Toys. Toys. Toys.
Hercules 90s
Ghost
show.
Rider. Children's Museum. There he is.
Like, again, these like some of the lamest people he's meeting, and they're laughing at him. Like,
already, like.
That's a good shot.
Because, you know, another thing about this movie, I think it gives him a little bit of short shrift, because I know so many real people who would be like, well, I can't get it. Well, you just ain't getting it this year.
Yeah, right.
That's like, and you just have to put up with that as a child, you know?
Yeah, right. You're just going to get this instead, yeah.
Yeah. He'd probably be arrested for that, by the way.
See, this is his make or break moment, though. Like, I got
Yeah.
to get it, or my son will hate me forever. Which, if that's the case, your son needs to grow up, anyways. You know, one of those reviews says, like, of course, this friend's uglier and fatter than him.
I know it sounds like we're coming at this as like we have jobs now and we recognize how busy people are and we're just like curmudgeons, but I mean seriously,
no,
like,
really,
real life. I mean, now yes, would I have done this all ahead of time? Yeah, but you know, I mean,
like, I'm recording this right now on 2 weeks from Christmas, December 11th, and I've already got all my gifts that I'm going to be giving out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I think I have this. I have a couple things I might need to still get, but
hey, buddy. So we got some double entendres going on here. The PG crowd, you know.
I need to speak to my wife. My wife.
Out. There's on the subtitles, the out was in italics.
Yeah.
One of Arnold's most iconic quotes.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because this time of year, there's a very high incidence of stress-related breakdown.
breakdown.
There's next match. Gotta go, Howard. I'll give Liz your message, though. Bye-bye.
Hey, look who it is. Still on the hunt, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, sorry about whacking into Toy Story. You know, I got kind of caught up in a friendly spirit of competition.
Oh, that's all right. Don't worry.
But I was thinking you'd have done the same thing. And that's when I realized you and I, we're the same kind.
I sort of doubt that.
Toy Story, I'm thinking maybe, we can join as a team. You know, like Starsky and Hutch, like Johnny Quest and Hutch, man. Bonnie and Clyde, like Ike and Tina. She left. But maybe we can do it. Search and destroy.
Bonnie and Clyde, they got murdered.
Yeah.
Or killed, you know.
And Johnny and Haji is like a kind of racist, like
Yeah.
Johnny Quest.
Yeah.
That's kind of racist. So you know.
They meant well, though. This is a different time. I mean,
Well, yeah, I understand you, man.
Oh, yeah, I understand you, man. Mr. With your little fancy cashmere coat and your little nice little suede shoes. I was good enough to talk to you line, but I'm not good enough to be in your team. See, that's racism. That's what Jesse Jackson was talking about. Good news. We got late delivery of Turbo, man. Toy Works. Let's go.
let's go. Oh well, he was technically talking to whoever's in the car, but it almost made it sound like he was talking to them. Like, let's go.
That's what I always
Yeah.
kind of thought.
Yeah.
But
Classic. Think I'm going forward, but I'm in reverse. Oh, it's the same cop.
yeah.
You broke my little mirror. License and registration, please.
Woo! Is there a problem, officer?
I will murder you. Look at that look. The Mall of America.
With like Tom Petty playing
Yeah.
moment.
Brings back old memories of the Lenore Mall in its glory days. That's a local joke. Well, the Lenore, it used to not be huge and big, but it used to be a little. They had some stuff there, but now it's basically closed. But there's a lot of spaces, even like the Valley Hills Mall now, that are
Yeah.
closed.
This is me being a teacher.
Yeah. Just gonna be you handing out cupcakes.
Yeah.
And I'd just make some cupcakes for my students for my last day, which was yesterday. And
Wait.
that
And they're laughing.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah. Anyway.
but that you think that's a very middle school or elementary school level thing? They get as excited
Oh,
about
yeah.
that as anybody does, like high schoolers.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
this woman, she's ready. His face here, where it's like flying right in his face.
Good cheer.
That little
They just,
sound
like,
where he like
slammed into that for no real reason. People were trying to go for him.
sounded like Ren. He made me. Like, this guy, insane.
His eyebrows thick.
It's like Peter Falk's nephew or something.
Like, the guy looked like he had the menace to knife him. Like,
Yeah.
Wow, so there
This
you
is
go.
so bad.
Rodney King, remember that? LOL. Like Legoland in here.
Just jump.
What was your favorite Lego set you ever had?
I don't know.
I can't really think of one. I mean, I had some I like. I remember I had a what do you call it? Like those land speeders from like the first Star Wars movie. I remember I had one of them. That was cool. Luke's. And I always wanted just a X-wing just to build and always keep on a shelf. I've still not got one. But.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of one in particular.
Yeah. They licensed that out the what now. I remember in the 90s when they started to just do Star Wars, and that felt like a big deal. Like now they license it out to anything. And I remember the early 2000s they started doing Harry Potter ones, and they've since brought those back again. But
yeah, totally insane.
Yeah, he's literally willing to go through this to even again have a very likely that it is not even the one that's going to win. What a weirdo he would look like, obviously.
Hi, little girl. Look what I've got for you. A shiny red ball. You want to trade? Just give me... I got it. Ow! Ow! I need the ball. I need the ball. I need the toy.
And it's all kind of treated as a joke, and it's deeply disturbing on a variety of levels. I mean, be back in 5 minutes.
You want a Turbo Man for Christmas? Forget it. I'm not gonna sit in your lap. Hey, cheap. That's not my bag. Get it? Well, you know, little boy.
Little boy.
Give you access to this. Don't show.
That was taken this morning.
That little smirk he had in the photo.
How do I know this is not some kind of a scam? Forget it, Tony. This guy doesn't want our help. Wait a minute, guys. We're all businessmen. Sure, we can work out some sort of an agreement. You got the cash, we got the dollars. How much? Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas to you, officer! What are you, crazy? Santa never delivers a gift on broad daylight. Excuse me. I may be wrong, but you are not the real Santa Claus. Really? And you're not the kind of guy who's got enough foresight to get his kid a Turbo Man before Christmas Eve, are you? Hey, show a little respect for the suit, huh? Yeah. Now you want that doll or not? I feel sorry for that laddie. Got a parade to go to. And yet to see a sign of that supposed Turbo Man doll. Take a lap. He's a little...
That was such a VO moment.
Christmas carols, snowflakes, Santa Clauses. Now what? What are you, Dan Rather? What is this, 60 Minutes? What are you, the question kid?
Dan Rather. Twitter presence is
just the other day was showing some footage of him at the DNC in '68, and he was on the floor, and there was a lot of this pushing and shoving on the floor, and he's in the middle of interviewing somebody, and he's acting all frazzled or whatever, and he's like, yeah, it was funny. He looked so young back then.
Like a dadgum wizard.
Yeah.
Jingle bells, Batman smells.
So, how much do we want to get into figuring out what this is? So, this is like a underground, like, toys on the black market they're selling, I guess, or what you know what I mean? What is it, this? Like,
I guess.
It's like a secret Santa cartel. One of those things filled with cocaine, like those stuffed animals.
I know what you're thinking. Oh, no. You have no idea. Tony, get the man his Turbo Man.
Got it.
I gotta tell you, Santa, there is something here that doesn't seem quite,
kosher? Kosher? Yeah. This coming from a guy who assaulted a toddler for a Super Bowl? Listen, Bub, we provide a service here. We're not doing this for us. We're doing this for the kids. For the kids. For every kid who ever sat down on Santa's lap. For every little girl who left cookies and milk for Santa on Christmas night.
This disgusting.
Finds
clothes.
One of those things. Naturally, you get older. I get excited now when I get clothes.
I'm like, yeah, I need clothes.
Yeah, especially for teaching.
That'll be $300. No, chocolate kisses. Yes, dollars. I can't believe this. Whatever happened to lofty ideals, huh? I thought you're doing all this for the kids. Well, sure, but I don't see why we can't pick up a little loose change in the process. Take it. Count it. Put it in the safe this time. Don't open it up. No, no, no.
That's Spanish.
Yeah.
I don't know why they kept saying. That's what I always thought it was.
It is
that it was Spanish.
Yeah.
Everything else was saying it was Korean. Like,
well, multilingual. Maybe there's a Korean set, and it was. Maybe if we watched the extended edition,
Yeah.
you know, or critics' work print version. I don't know.
All sales are final. You know what you guys are? Nothing but a bunch of sleazy con men in red suits.
They were all listening and heard that.
Yeah.
Con men, thieves, degenerates, lowlifes, thugs, criminals.
Santa's gasping, grumbling.
Relax, buddy. Not about to hit a Santa Claus. Come on, what are you?
So pathetic. This look on his face. Then this. That would not have done all that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, people coming out of nowhere like Batman 89 or something like. That's literally what that is, by the way. Like, shut up. A lot of this was in the trailer because it's some of the most action in the movie, except for later.
Here we go to the big show. I think there's been when he would have been with WCW at this point. I think World Championship Wrestling.
This look on his face here.
After he hits him, it breaks. So.
Yeah.
No.
Vern Troyer appearance.
Yeah. He went that far. Naughty boy.
A stun gun, literally.
As a kid, I always thought of the Batman Returns. Yeah, that's what it looks like that one.
A lot of Batman going on in this thing.
Yeah.
Like they always want to do that, but never get to. Or something. No, it's the cops. You daggum illegal maniac. Like, this guy hits his head on. Hey, buddy.
This must be the sloppiest bust I've ever seen in my entire career on the force. Detective Hartman, undercover. I have been working on this case for the last 3 years.
Some good improv by a mattress salesman.
Yeah. I guess he's a salesman.
Yeah. Maybe he had, some theater experience in college.
Could also be because it's a movie.
Yeah, well, maybe. Oh, he's been to jail before. Ha ha.
Yeah.
Anyways, that aside.
Yeah, so.
Getting desperate.
Man, I would love to see Thomas Pynchon write a version of this,
God,
or it's just like a novel of like all the madness that happens, like.
Gotta bring Sinatra into this now. Sinatra died in, I think, like 98, 97. He died like the night of
Seinfeld ended the finale because they made it in supposedly the ambulance made it in record time because everybody was indoors watching it. It was kind of sad. But by the way, did you hear that Michael Naismith died in the Monkees?
Yeah,
I did.
There's only one of them still alive now.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mickey DeLenz, I think. I think he's the one that's alive. I think. Let me look.
I wish every husband were more like you.
Like you said, at least you get together and slop recipes. Shut up.
Oh, so they're split up.
Wow. What a scumbag.
So where's Mom at? We're only.
Well, he said that in
we're only
front
getting his
of
story,
all
not
them.
her story.
By the way, they just said that in front of all
Yeah.
them, you know. We're gonna have the big tearful moment soon.
He happened to call right when he walked in.
Jamie, how you doing, old buddy? Hi, Dad. I knew you'd call. Hey, listen. Let me talk to your mother.
Let me talk to your mother. Why not?
If you know anything about the Arnold Schwarzenegger soundboard game out there, like a lot of clips from this movie are on there. I mean, the desperation.
Yeah.
You know, in the middle of all this, he should just stop and sing Turbo Man the motion picture just to see what the whole thing was all about.
Get your mother. The going off moment.
Yeah. Ooh, PG tested, you know.
Yeah.
So is this the downtime of the movie now? Or are we going to officially
Well, we
say?
have multiple ones.
Well, this is the first big one, I'd say. A real sloppy jazz vibe, you know, in the diner. Failure.
Man, if
abounds.
only Tom Waits would have been the guy to
Oh,
counter.
should have been.
This guy's been in a lot of random stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a myth that coffee warms you up, by the way.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
I never even really thought of it as having done
caffeine actually lowers your temperature.
Huh.
Like hot chocolate works, but...
Well, I've never really thought of a reason to drink coffee to warm me up either, other than caffeination, you know.
Outwardly doing that in public.
Mm-hmm. Nah.
Built them a treehouse. Built them a clubhouse. Club. What we called a beer hall putsch. like what? Like the neo-Nazi down the street seemed very interested. Like what? Oh yeah. Take a look at me now, as Phil Collins once sang. There's this, I know the extended edition has a version of this scene where it's like a little longer of him describing all the like things the gun does or whatever.
Sins of the father.
Meanwhile, he's been there the whole time.
I bet he's thinking, well, back in my day, like, I didn't get my stuff either.
What? Like, that's why. Old homestead. It's just a stupid little plastic doll.
On the voice of God.
Yeah.
Classic film phone number 555
Yeah.
whatever. I love all these chances. Oh, we're gonna come together maybe, but in the end.
Wow.
He's trying to call
Wabasha.
Didn't pay for the coffee, by the way.
Yeah. Not really. I mean, they're throwing all this stuff out.
I don't know how good a mailman he is.
Have a good time. Bye.
Bye now. The Jacksons. I don't think often enough about his ponytail in this.
Yeah. This is probably the best scene of the movie.
Yeah.
A bomb?
How much he's sweating.
Or if his favorite book is Myron.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure he's a big Vidal head. It's made him who he is. No, that's the look we need to see.
Me to students.
Yeah.
I'm like, say that to somebody gives a long hair. Like. Meanwhile, imagine this guy seriously seeing all this happen.
Yeah. This intense look on Schwarzenegger's face, like, is something else. The veinage.
Yeah. That a zip code. They've been when they add zip code, more zip code.
Yeah.
Like,
What I actually said was whoever won would get a doll eventually. You see, what we have here is a gift certificate.
See, for a second there, Schwarzenegger's like gonna grab for it, like, well, I still want it, but he's like, well, it ain't gonna do us any good. So, meanwhile, bomb threat.
No, that would suck. Chortling. This would really be a lot of trouble they'd be in.
Yeah. And it all just gets shrugged at by the end.
This is a homemade explosive device, and I'll blow it up. You know why? Because I work for the post office, so you know I'm not stable. Tell him. This man is totally insane. Now, put him down. Brother man, put your gun down. Everybody.
You too, Barnaby Jones. That way. Like it's gonna blow up right then, like.
So he literally is evading the police, ran away, both of them, but.
Ciao, baby. Yeah.
And then, obviously he didn't know that this is going to be a bomb, but also left a bomb there that could have killed all them. Really need to know the story about why somebody would truly send a bomb to somebody else wrapped up like what's the story there,
I'm the man. So he just does that with random packages, I guess, and then
it's just so cartoony. Like,
it's like
mom blows up,
you would literally be dead.
Yeah, big guts flying everywhere.
Like a nail bomb or something. Yeah. Meanwhile,
wow. Well, at least they left a nice little message,
You know what's funny is that I always kind of assumed that Myron did that.
Yeah.
But I kind of was looking in the reviews and it was saying no, it would have been some other random person. We don't know who it is, but I still kind of think it's him.
Somehow
he wouldn't have had the time to get there.
But somehow, but spiritually he did it.
His friend Billy Bob did it for him.
Merle Christmas or Merle Xmas. Oh my gosh.
Vertigo shot.
Put the star on the tree.
You notice that?
Yeah.
That son of a...
What are you doing?
Your star wasn't up. It's Christmas Eve. You've got to have your star up.
What?
I'm out all day. And he's in my house.
Santa in the background there.
It's not even a real one.
Yeah.
I got a Turbo Man for Johnny months ago. It's nestled safely under our tree. Nestled safely under our tree. Safely under our tree.
I'll show him.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ted, but that's Howard's job, He always puts the star on. He's adamant about it.
Too bad he's not as adamant about spending time with his family on Christmas Eve.
Ooh.
I had one of those good zingers that the kids went ooh to about this week. I was like, this kid was saying something about a friend of his in class. I said, now why are you going to talk bad to your only friend like that? and everybody's like, ooh. and they just kind of laughed. I was like, well, whatever. That's just one of those you can't give up.
Yeah.
That is so dirty, you know?
Yeah.
What I did and what he's doing, you know?
But I think a little more so what he's doing, you know?
Yes.
Like robbery, breaking and entering.
You know what's funny is how my opinion on carolers is somewhere in the middle, because I'm like, everyone finds them annoying, so I feel kind of bad for them, but then I find them annoying too.
Right.
So I'm like, yeah, stop doing that, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
Like, this isn't the 19th century anymore, you know? Like,
well, I think there's a kitschy aspect about it that some people who would even do it probably are aware of, but how antiquated it feels. But
stealing from a kid? The government. I can do it.
You're gonna go back. Nice doggy.
Doggy.
Nice. This image. It's like, wow. This thing's a daggum mess. Balthazar's head.
Yep.
Why does he have a nativity scene that big in his own living room?
Good question. Oh. No. I was just talking.
Yeah, like,
it's like flying out.
That guy.
Yeah.
Look like Robert De Niro and Goodfellas there.
So how many crimes has he committed today? Need a running tally, like.
Howard?
Hi.
What are you doing? What's that?
Little kid caught.
That is Johnny's Turbo Man.
What?
It's not what you think it is.
Oh, it isn't? Really? Well, then do tell me what it is, because as far as I know, you got Jimmy's own Turbo Man weeks ago. What it looks like is that you broke into our neighbor's house and you're stealing presents from under the tree.
Look, Liz, if you would just give me a second, then I could explain it to you. I know parts of this are going to sound completely ridiculous. But let me tell you the truth.
Howard, I've been listening to your version of the truth for far too long now, and honestly, I don't want to anymore. All I want is to salvage what's left of Christmas Eve and go to the parade with my son.
Liz, please.
Ted, would you drive us?
Of course.
There's another downtime moment coming up.
You can't bench press your way out of this one.
What a lame person. Meanwhile, PETA wouldn't be happy about this. Yeah, like.
Ah.
I don't think that would really happen, but.
Well, that's why I call it the movies.
It's like, he's not real, you know? Like, other than the fact that you can, you know, count on him for being not real, like,
yeah.
We just got all that beer laying around somewhere, I guess.
Nestled safely under our tree. That's where it was.
He already went out there and put that out there that quick, you know?
The good old days.
Looks like if Johnny Bravo were in a cigarette ad.
Yeah. Johnny Brown lung.
What are you going to promise to do this time?
Yeah.
Be a psycho? Because that would be easier.
Well, I promise I'm going to do the most psychotic thing possible.
Because all of it's such a big deal that we have to go to the parade and Howard has to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no. Parades are ridiculous anyway.
Yeah. Do we want to say anything about the Charlotte parade we saw on TV the other night that interrupted us seeing Survivor?
That was like the night before Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Wednesday night.
It was just dumb.
Listen. But it just seems like an awful lot of effort for nothing really. I don't know. You know, just like
that's another thing that we just continue to do. So I understand that back in the like 16 and 1700s when there wasn't anything to do.
Yeah.
But
Barbie herself, Snoopy's Joe Cool himself.
What is any of this? All this looks so fake, like it's in L.A.
Yeah,
Funny,
right.
like it is, you know. Well, it said California, but it's all
The
L.A.
tick.
I mean,
Leonardo.
all of California is L.A.
Paddington.
anyway. Gumby. Gumby is one of the weirdest things that's ever existed.
Crayola.
It's funny, this is like an ad somehow for something. I'm not sure what, like different things.
Like we saw Cat. They literally saw a Cat in the Hat, and then they're like high five.
That guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like he would care. Like, are you 5? Like a 5-year-old taxi driver.
See, that's like 4 lanes of traffic, and there should be one half of the road. And they just shut it all down one way or another. Gonna find you. Something like that just really aggravates me. I don't drink it all, but non-alcoholic eggnog. I'm a stooge.
Well, and you want to be with this freak, chainsaw buzzing. Meanwhile,
yeah, I don't really see a lot of viable options for her in this movie as far as other men either.
What? Like, wow. Literally, I would commit murder if I were him at this point, you know? Like, are you kidding me? You know? At this point, it's the cop's fault, you know?
And that cop's like, you literally are you're an accomplice to a man who had a bomb.
Right.
That didn't exactly go as well as I'd hoped.
I think he would be like off the force that day, by the way, after literally having a bomb blow up in his hands. But, you know, alive, you know, I don't know. I guess he's alive, but maybe. But then, oh yeah, I think he'd be done for a little while. This guy's like Edward Nygma or something.
It's like reminds me of David Cross a little bit too.
Yeah. Ow! You're like, no, Gino, like. This guy. Wow.
Okay. Racist much?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
This festive music. Are you ready for the Turbo Man appearance?
I just love that, like, they're gonna put a fully functioning operational jetpack on and that's gonna be involved in like a Minnesota parade. You know what I mean? Like
with
like,
children watching,
yeah.
Because that guy is. This whole section just puts your shirt over your face, like embarrassing. Like, yeah, I don't know why they think they would just be like, oh, like. Let's do all this for, like in Minnesota somewhere.
No offense to Minnesotan listeners out there. We're not saying they do it in North Carolina either.
No.
So.
They would do
Nor
it there
do we
before
want
they do
it,
here.
frankly.
No, I'm fine. We got the possum drop. That's fine enough.
At New Year's.
Yes. Like I'm becoming who I was always destined to be.
I was always destined to be Turbo Man.
See, now, I think that it would have been, if you did the more actual serious version of this movie, it could have been a kind of funny whole moment later in the movie where he becomes so insane over this, he thinks he is Turbo Man.
Right.
Well, that would have been kind of interesting, but, you know. This moment. It's like clearly his dad, too.
Yeah.
It's clearly Ahnuld.
So he don't know his dad enough.
Yeah.
Is it always the dad's fault? Like, I don't know.
He's like touching it like, it's me.
It looks like me.
It's just a stupid little plastic doll. What? Everybody's like, what?
yes. Like, people are like,
what are you,
okay?
like Luke Bryan?
Does he have
like,
a concussion? Oh, gotta get back on the parade. Like,
yeah. Meanwhile,
everything
like,
else that's been going on.
You see that cop flipping around on a trampoline? Like,
I couldn't remember the villain's name yet. Dementor.
Look, he was smoking before that. Meanwhile, where's Myron been all this time?
Yeah, I don't know.
I like to see Jingle All the Way 1.5, where it's like the parts of the movie he's not in it, what he's
and then
up
every
to.
once in a while, Schwarzenegger shows up.
Yeah.
But, it's the opposite.
He's going to throw
We know it's
it.
going to involve alimony payments and, post office scenes.
They're gonna turn the mic on. Why would he want another one, you know?
Just because it's the special edition one.
Voice altered. I mean, it's Turbo Man.
Yeah.
That guy.
Who could it be?
Is it Pesci? Yeah, I hope it's like Dick Cavett, you know?
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Or either like Dick Cavett or
Turbo Man.
Telly Savalas, you know? I don't even know if he was alive at this point.
We have Telly Savalas.
Telly. No. He died 2 years before this.
94.
Mm-hmm.
Same year as Nixon. Even Booster's crying.
How did you know my name?
We'll tell you. You see?
I'm your
So lame. Got that big brain in there.
Yeah.
Like,
Was that in the script? All right, kid, give me the dial and nobody gets hurt. Myron? That's right, Turtle Man. Thought you could outsmart me, didn't you? Huh? Thought your little suit idea was so...
You know the bloggers would have been flipping out. Dementor's black now.
Yeah,
Like,
I
oh my
know.
God. Like,
yeah. Oh, this, everybody's hearing all this.
I'm not going home without that dial. Hey, buddy, this ain't the way we rehearsed it. You know what? Nobody likes you, Booster. Oh, wow.
Yes.
he said Turtle Man the whole time.
Yeah. How's that possible?
Yeah, I was gonna say what happened to his hand or his fist.
Like, really? My what? Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Meanwhile, these might ricochet and kill a child.
Yeah. Or it could even easily hit him in the head.
Yeah.
And give him like a, brain-altering concussion.
His crotch right in there.
Yeah. Turbo Man's big taunt move, you know?
Yeah.
Evil henchman.
They're really putting a lot into this.
Yeah. And one of the reviews said, like, oh, it's the kids' movie. You're going to have your crotch, like, punches or kicks or whatever.
Now, the version of that they would do now is like kids sliding down glass
yeah.
or something, sliding down glass. This Game Boy box coming up. We say that a random amount, I know. It's just dumb. Like, what? Like,
Huh?
I'm dumb. Like,
Vertigo, gotta mention.
disgusting. It's like, I will kill you. You will die. Fly, Turbo Man. Use your jetpack.
Turbo Man.
Come on, Turbo Man.
Turbo Man, you need to be right here. Remember, all those stunt people. Never forget them.
This.
They're gonna die.
It's a genuinely pretty funny moment.
Yeah.
I was like, right in your face. Oh, CG.
Yeah.
Ooh, boy. Slam into stuff.
Looks like it reminds me of some shots in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie. There's some bad early CG. Yeah, he's just gonna casually on the fly learn how to fly this jetpack.
So dumb. And he's like, almost vomit. Got all that on fire. By the way, don't you love that they were having that dinner? He would be dead.
Yeah.
And like, didn't just in the middle of all this going on out there, like, they're like, well, we're having our dinner now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's some flashes again of this you know, Leave It to Beaver climax in the coffee cup. You know, get up, get up.
Trying to be like a RSPC, whatever.
RSPCT?
Yeah.
ROCK in the USA. It's where if he realized who he was, he'd unload it on him in that moment.
Yeah.
Probably would anyways, you know.
Yeah.
Like, oh, are you the mailman who had the bomb earlier in the, you know, with Martin Mull on the radio station? And the weird Austrian accented guy? You should see Levi's face right now.
Was I making one?
This is it, just like total death. Like, he's just like,
I didn't even know I was just like,
I just looked over and you're just like, F all this. And you're not wrong.
It's painful to watch.
It is.
Here you are. A special surprise inside.
Delivery.
It's like you said, I was slime with Turbo Man.
Yeah, I was slimed with Turbo Man. We won Harriet the Spy on VHS. You know, the special orange kind that Nickelodeon put out. Yeah. Jame. So now he's admitting some fault. See, character growth. We need to learn our lesson.
Wait, that was him the whole time?
Oh my god.
Like, I'm
right here.
I'm
right here.
Yeah. It's like, wait, he is Palpatine? Like,
whoa. But no more.
No more.
piano exit for those characters.
Yeah.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, I'm sorry about the bike.
Okay, that's mostly taken care of. Maybe, well, but I'm sorry about that bomb thing, you know, like.
He's a degenerate.
Yeah,
That's
you're a
what they're
criminal. I don't know.
He's going to have to add more payments. So put everybody at the bottom of it, but me.
The power of giving, the power of the season,
the power of his staff.
Yeah. Meanwhile, he's gonna go to prison. Yeah,
like, you know, I mean,
well, you can give it to him behind bars, but yeah,
they'll put it through the little slot.
Oh, he's got the real Turbo Man at home.
Put it through the mail slot. But if I were Rita Wilson, at the end of that day, even after all that, I'd be like, "You're a psychopath," you know, like.
Like, yeah, you got a few points with him, but I'm filing the divorce papers right as we speak. Like,
yeah, like that.
Yeah, he really is Turbo Man, isn't he?
We gotta wait because there's a post-credit scene.
Is there really?
Yeah, you never seen it?
I don't know if I have. Surprise.
So, new thoughts?
I mean, seen this movie out there. You know what?
Yeah.
President Harvey Korman says
Yeah.
there. I mean, again, not great, but not awful either.
Yeah, Marcus Toji, the little boy with car remote.
Toddlers.
Yeah.
The two Benners.
Yeah, I mean, you know. Paul the Giant Right. Or White, sorry. Yeah, I mean, it's stupid as hell, but you gotta love
Turbo
it.
Man float parade worker. Chain smoking booster.
Yeah.
It could just say booster, but they said chain smoking. Never forget the number of stuntmen who were involved in this film. Harmony Rousseau.
Kyle.
57 Chevrolet. Right here. Like.
Right here.
So again, there is a Jingle All the Way franchise of sorts. There's a sequel, I think it's got Larry the Cable Guy in it. I don't know if he's trying to get a Get Her Done shirt in that one or what, you know, for his kid, but...
Right here.
I wonder if this movie will get like an official remake of sorts. I'm sure it will.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they haven't. But, well, of course, as we know, Jingle All the Way 2 with Larry the Cable Guy.
Mm-hmm. Made by WWE Films.
Of Witless Protection and Female Body Inspector fame.
Yeah.
Female Body Inspector.
I was just looking here about what the MacGuffin of the second one is. Apparently it's a talking bear toy. This at least tries to create a whole universe of you know, this or that.
Bubba Sheffield. We gotta sit here and wait.
I didn't know there was a post-credit scene for this thing.
That's stupid.
So seen any good movies lately? Yeah.
Well, not this one. Swing Gang. Finished watching Dunkirk in class again.
Do the kids respond to that or like that?
I don't really know. You know, I think some of them clapped when it was over. And they were like, I don't know what happened, but it was good or whatever.
Yeah, explosion, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they seemed to like it, I guess. I'm going to try to show them Casablanca this week.
Yeah.
I have no clue what will happen with that, so. Because it's black and white, because for some reason, kids can't like things that are in black and white.
There's a lot of adults that way,
I know,
too.
It's like, what does that even mean? I don't know.
It's like, well, most of the best things are, so.
Yeah, I don't know.
Gotta have that set medic.
But I'm just trying to show some random World War II related movies since we're talking about that, and you know.
you're not sure how they'd be responding to Thin Red Line. So again, this movie really could have had Tom Waits' presence in it.
Yeah.
Or what if do this movie again, but it's like Tom Waits as Grandpa, like not as Grandpa as
right.
The trailer for The Real McCall taught us.
Him as Schwarzenegger's father.
No, just as a grandpa who's trying to get his kid
I'm
something,
sorry.
like,
Yeah, I thought you were saying.
Get you back.
Wait a minute. We've got an incoming transmission all of a sudden that I think.
Listen to me. I understand, and let me speak now to the cameras around the world, to every pastor that's watching this broadcast, to every Christian that has cowered in your home. I realize that for this last year that maybe you've been fed fear and fear and fear, but the Bible says that God has not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and a sound mind. You have a sound mind. You don't have to wear the mask. You got Jesus. You don't need the vaccine. You got Jesus.
Clearly, yes, he has a sound mind. That's how much is clear.
I don't know. Somebody just sent me that, and I just thought I needed to play it.
The reason for the season, indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we didn't have enough Jesus in this episode, or because of this movie, so, I thought I would.
Thank you.
Somebody sent it. I'm not sure who. It's an unlisted number, I'll be looking into reporting them to the female body inspectors. I mean, the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Wait, does it say Vim Vendors?
Wait, what?
We might. He's a buddy of ours. He might make an appearance at some point on this pod. We'll see. Yeah. But Vim.
Yeah, he's at it again.
Yeah, it's Vim. I mean, if you know Vim. Then...
So visual effects.
VFX.
Stitch the movie.
Was it like Break Up with Lilo or something?
I guess. I don't know if I've seen all that original
Lilo and Stitch. It's good. It actually has kind of an imaginative idea. It's like an alien visits like this girl in Hawaii, and so it's got this whole Hawaiian flavor and background to it, which is different.
Yeah, alien. Yeah,
it's good.
It says, as Stitch, a runaway genetic experiment from a faraway planet, wreaks havoc on the Hawaiian Islands. That's the way it starts. Like, wreaks havoc. I mean...
You've been through enough. They don't need something else. Captain America mural and related merchandise used with permission at Marvel Entertainment Group, Inc. Animal actions monitored by the American Humane Association.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I was like,
Here's the songs. The little boy that Santa Claus forgot. The little boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always funny to me the specificity of they gotta like.
He sang it, so they have
Turbo
to
Man
put
theme.
That, yeah.
I love Joy of the World. We Wish You Merry Christmas. Tannenbaum's like traditional. You already know. Don't make us tell you anymore.
Those are in the public domain.
Yeah,
that's probably why I'm doing that. Panavision.
I wonder if Turbo Man's in the public domain. Probably not. Probably owned by villains at Disney.
Yeah, they own it now.
They'll you wait a little while. They'll make a Disney Plus show out of Turbo Man.
Yeah, they will. And all the kids are gonna be like, "What the hell's that?"
And then watch it, and get into it, and then it'll actually make Turbo Man a thing. Kind of like this new Buzz Lightyear movie is going to be coming out. Talked about that already in the past. But... Whoa. If you experience any conditions that detracted from the theatrical presentation of this film, please call
THX. This is a new territory for you, I guess.
Mm-hmm. It's like new Jingle All the Way. What am I going to do? Mrs. Turbo Man? So he didn't get her something. I never thought about that in the midst of all this. Yeah. Whoops. Again, divorce incoming.
Deluxe Digital Studios. So there you go.
That's Jingle All the Way.
Jingle All the Way. Right here.
Jeff, what do we got next week?
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
Think you're pretty funny, don't you, freak?
Flash, it was just an accident.
My fist breaking your teeth, that's the accident.
Come on, Flash, stop.
I don't want to fight you, Flash. I wouldn't want to fight me neither. Kick his ass,
Help him, Harry.
Which one? It's all yours, man. Jesus, Parker, you are a freak. Peter, that was amazing.
So you just heard a formative scene in or from
Turbo Man.
No,
from 2002.
No, another superhero related
sorry.
thing.
Yeah,
I think our very first superhero movie we've done on the pod, which is kind of a big deal in its own way, Spider-Man from 2002. There are a variety of reasons we were wanting to do this. This will be kind of our. This will be drop. This episode will drop. That episode, I should say, will drop on Christmas Eve, I believe. So a little Spider-Man Christmas special. This winter season, you'll be getting in theaters Spider-Man. What is it even again? I think is it Far From Home?
No Way Home.
No Way Home. The newest Spider-Man film. It should be said the first Spider-Man film released around the Christmas season. All the others have been in the summer. Spider-Man. He does whatever a spider can.
Yeah.
I mean, growing up as a kid, I was 9 years old when that first movie come out. That movie was as massive as could be. I mean, when just watching Jingle All the Way reminds me of the mad dash for toys of a certain era of my childhood, and that certainly all that Spider-Man stuff in the 90s and 2000s. I think my formal introduction to Spider-Man would have likely been the animated series, and then I read some of the Ultimate comics that had come out in preparation really for that 2002 movie. And again, that 2002 movie was just a smash cultural thing, I remember, in the wake of the X-Men movie that had come out, 2 years before that. And so we decided we're not going to do all the Spider-Man movies.
No.
But we wanted to do the very first one and use that as a chance to talk about all things Spider-Man next week in a big way. For you personally, Levi, what does Spider-Man, the film from 2002, and even just Spider-Man, the character, mean to you kind of as a figure in the superhero comic book realm?
Well, I guess Spider-Man, and as somebody who kind of doesn't care about superheroes very much now, Spider-Man, I think, is... a really versatile hero, even through the fact that he's always young and never older. But
the comics, you should say, have, as they've gone through, and that we're talking about nearly 60 years now, have slowly over time made him a little bit older.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still not in his 40s or nothing, but he's been allowed to age, is what I'm going to say.
But that I think it's just I think what he represents for Marvel in a lot of ways, and he wasn't obviously the first Marvel, superhero, because you had the Human Torch and the Submariner way before that,
and even Fantastic Four, immediately before,
and Captain America,
yeah.
But I think what he represented for kind of the Marvel brand as it went forward under Stan Lee and Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko and John Romita and all these kind of newer, the kind of the original brain trust of Marvel that got us most of the heroes we have now. Is this kind of absent from, and I prefer this, but and we've talked about this forever, and everybody knows this, that the DC Comics brand is far more on this definitively kind of supernatural, fantastical, like these are gods as superheroes. But that with Spider-Man and most of the Marvel heroes is they're all real people who are affected by some sort of genetic or scientific experiment or some kind of thing.
Which was in the wake of the nuclear age.
Right.
And
the point of that is that I guess appeals to a consumer more than, a god-like figure, which I find more interesting personally. But what I think that represents, though, particularly in Spider-Man's case, is this energy and this just truly exemplary comic book sensibility that it kind of began to be lost from comic books, I think, kind of during the Comics Code of Authority era in the 50s and what kind of comic books have become up until that, I think. And to finally kind of have that happen, and then the kind of Marvel explosion with X-Men, with Fantastic Four,
Incredible Hulk,
and the Incredible Hulk, and all that would come after, I think, represented a kind of
maturation,
and just and in the same way, a renewed excitement to comic books and superheroes that was really needed at that time. What that means for Spider-Man the movie, which I think is all told the best live-action superhero movie ever made, probably. It's that and Logan are pretty close together. Is, I think, the same thing in a certain way, because we had seen, the Superman movies be made over the late 70s into the, 80s, and the Batman movies, and that kind of 1990s adventure pulp stuff that had happened, and all that was great and interesting in its own way. But I think what X-Men in 2000 and Spider-Man in 2002 represented was that same kind of
energy
and maturation. It was kind of the same thing happened almost, where it was like it started serious with Batman, or it started in a more like romantic sense with Superman, and then both of those kind of
played
edged
out
into themselves of what they were by the 50s and 60s.
It was complacent or so-so.
Yes, and that so therefore by the time of X-Men and Spider-Man, you got this kind of turn of the century, or turn of the millennium rather, kind of like what Ultimate Spider-Man did for Spider-Man in a lot of ways too. And so I think all of that is a credit to Sam Raimi as a filmmaker, that he had made, the Evil Dead movies, which I'm of varying opinions on, depending. But those movies have a certain energy that is absent from a lot of horror movies.
But to give a guy like that a budget like Spider-Man was a very bold thing to do in the early 2000s.
Right, and so it's shrewd. I mean, and it works. I think that's what works about the movie so clearly, and why it's Raimi's ultimate accomplishment of his career is that he was, able to make a movie that had that much energy and felt like a comic book movie, and it had a personality about itself that was really funny, but it could be kind of serious, and it was never too dark, but
had an edge to it.
It had an edge, and it I think also it stands in the minds of viewers now of just really representing New York after 9/11 and being kind of a celebration of New York City, kind of unintentionally.
Yeah, because it was being made in 01. It would have been earlier.
And of course, we kind of put that onto that, but
I don't think the movie ends the way that it does, the very ending, without 9/11 having happen.
But I think it's one of the most accomplished blockbuster movies of all time. It truly has withstood the just overwhelming weight of superhero movies after it, and it's kind of the first of the renaissance of that is kind of in some ways been forgotten too, because we're more of fans of that kind of 2000s era of superhero movie and blockbuster
movie.
Which
to be fair, was when we were coming of age and we were growing up.
But it really felt like a Brave New World. It felt like anything could happen, and especially with those X-Men movies, bad ones even too. And even Spider-Man 3 is one of the most fascinating movies,
and that's got a lot of defenders now, and I do not think it's good, but it does make some bold choices in terms of decisions.
It has a soul, and that whether or not that actually is good, that's a whole other question. But so I think that's what that movie represents, and it's the Spider-Man, the original. It is compulsively and dangerously watchable.
Yeah,
in a way.
It's one of those things like it plays on cable a lot, and we'll stop and watch a scene or two and quote it endlessly. I mean, and even also talking about those 2000s. I mean, the Nolan Batman movies. Obviously, that meant a whole new thing for Batman and kind of doing a more quote dark and serious take on Batman.
Right.
But Spider-Man, the character, the biggest thing that just separates him from when he came out was, in the late 50s, early 60s, obviously there was this emphasis on the teenager. The teenager was a new term in that time. And before that, like, your main heroes were either a rich billionaire or an alien from outer space. He was
or an Amazonian woman,
or like a member of an intergalactic like police force with like a green ring. You know what I mean?
Right.
Spider-Man was a teenager. Spider-Man was in high school. Spider-Man had relationships. Spider-Man had deaths in the family.
Had problems with Mary Jane, like everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, it
was the 60s. I mean, come on.
But like before that, like the closest you would get as a teenager to reading a comic book character of your own age would have been the Robin. You know what I mean? And that's why Robin was literally introduced to like, oh, Batman needs like a little sidekick, so the kids feel like they're with Batman in some ways or whatever. So Spider-Man is a teenager in the 60s. I mean, you see the writing on the wall in terms of when and how that happened exactly. But it's just one of those things, like, and I say this who is a little bit, I'd say quite a bit more of a DC person than I am a Marvel person. Spider-Man has the best origin story in all of comics. Mm-hmm. So if you just adapt that in a fairly conventional way, you're already putting yourself up for a great story. Now, Raimi does way more than that. Raimi has a visual imagination, a visual wit, and is picked those particular actors at that particular time, which is what makes that movie magical in a lot of ways. Mm-hmm. And again, I have deep nostalgia for that movie. I think of it as great. Beyond that, though, I can even still objectively judge it and say I think this is a truly great work of the genre, and even more than that. But I remember the video games, the action figures. So when I watch it, I kind of am transported. I remember the cereal that they had with it even back in the day. So we're going to talk in general about Spider-Man, the character.
Remember
also
the Hardee's, what are those things called? There's them stupid things you put on your antenna topper on your car. We got one from Hardee's that
I remember all those ads and all that. So again, it's almost 20 years now. It'll be this May, 20 years since that
yesterday,
came out.
As in December 10th, Fellowship of the Ring turned 20 years old.
I remember that too.
Can you believe that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Now, I don't even remember when that movie came out because I was too young, but that movie's always, but it was like really new when I remember.
I mean, I would have been,
and that's just crazy.
I would have been 9 years old when that happened.
Yeah.
And even as a 9-year-old, that and the first Harry Potter movie came out the same Christmas season. And I remember as a kid just thinking, wow, like there's something different going on right now in terms of these two big fantasy films of that time. So that all that early 2000s cinema is kind of nostalgic catnip.
Catnip.
I'm ready to take catnip for us.
Yeah.
We haven't said one lick about Spider-Man 2. Do we want to at least even acknowledge something about that? I actually think it's actually pretty good to great myself.
Yeah.
I don't think of it as good as the first movie. You're not as taken with
I'm not really
two.
that crazy about it. I mean, it's good, but I don't know. I mean, it's a perfectly fine movie, but I think it's just the way people. I'm just like, it's clearly not better than the first one. Which
I think a lot of people.
That's a controversial opinion. I don't understand how that's possible.
Well, it's a lot like X2 is. Now, I think X2 is actually really good.
That's closer. That's closer to X1 than
I agree.
But
a similar thing with that.
Yeah, no. Which that movie had Brian Cox. And I mean, I love Alfred Molina, so I'm not saying.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people love Alfred Molina's Doc Ock. That's part of
and
it.
That's
but
fine,
I mean, Defoe is a villain, and I mean, you can't beat that.
No, I mean, no. That movie's not any better in any way than the first one. And I mean, and I get it. It's and like you said, you always say it. What are you going to say about Spider-Man 2 in relation to the other one?
I'm trying to remember now.
The other S superhero.
Superman?
Yeah. say, "Oh, I love Superman 2."
Oh, right. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're. Yeah,
you got the poster on the wall.
Kyle. I do. I've not looked at it long enough. Yeah. I mean, the whole thing about he loses his powers and he's like really grappling with that. It's like, Superman 2 did that back in the early '80s. I'm sure you've not seen it. Anybody who would say that, but so I mean that's been done before, and I mean that happens to a lot of characters with powers at some point in their comic book runs. Like, oh, they don't have their powers for a little while. How do they deal with it? I will say that I think Spider-Man 2, as far as that particular thing, spends longer with that. And so I do think it does it well, and I actually think it's pretty good.
Now I'm not.
I don't
trying
think
to
it's
sound
as
like
good
I'm,
as the.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, and you would agree with this, I know. Like, put that up compared to all these new movies or whatever. You know what I mean? And it's like loads more interesting.
Even
like,
Spider-Man 3, it wouldn't be better, but I would rather watch that because it's just like it's a movie that had choices that were made, and
as opposed to we got to set up this sequel or this thing in the Marvel universe or whatever.
No,
that was frankly the best thing for Spider-Man that early on was that he was not a part of some bigger other thing. He could just totally be Spider-Man.
Did the Spider-Man movie come out this weekend?
It's coming out. He'll be dropping when this podcast drops, actually.
Oh, okay. So it's the week. Okay,
it'll be the 17th.
Okay, so yes. And see, that shows how little I care about it. So
we've had 3 Spider-Man in 20 years now. The Garfield one.
I mean,
what are thoughts on that, real quick? I feel like we're getting maybe a little ahead of ourselves. You know what?
Yeah.
If you want to listen to Levi's Andrew Garfield takes on Spider-Man, just wait till next
more
week.
Of a trip down memory lane next week of some sort.
Well, next week will be a odyssey down memory lane in a lot of ways. So that's it for now. But again, Spider-Man from 2002 will be hitting next week.
And it'll be right here.
And again, that episode will be dropping on Christmas Eve. So spend Christmas with Spidey and the gang. Us. This is Kyle.
This is Levi.
Take care. God bless.
Thank you very much. So nice. Goodbye.